Chairman. Good morning.
Basta.
Mabuti naman, Chairman.
Thank you.
Magandang hapon mga kasama.
Okay. Before we proceed to our meeting proper, may we ask Director Janet Cruz of HUDCC for the invocation.
Let us place ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Almighty and merciful God, we are gathered today, our Holy Father, for this committee hearing as your servants. It is our fervent prayer that our work will provide the means for which human settlements will become safe havens for our people, the center of creative, beautiful, harmonious, and productive activities of our communities, especially now during these challenging times. And Lord, through your Holy Spirit, provide us an open disposition of hearts and minds. May we feel your presence, Father God, in our midst this afternoon. Thank you so much, and we ask all of these things in the mighty name of Jesus, our Savior and Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Director Cruz. This meeting is now called to order. And start na po tayo. Is there any motion or
Mr. Chair.
yes, Representative Campo?
Yeah, I move to dispense with calling of the roll.
There's a motion to dispense the calling of the roll. Is there any objection?
Second.
Duly seconded. The motion is carried. You have a copy of your minutes of our meeting during the last February 26 and March 11, 2020. What's the pleasure of the body? Nabasa na po ba? Minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes.
Thank you. There's a motion to dispense the reading of the minutes of the meeting held last February 26 and March 11, 2020. And duly seconded. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The committee secretary is hereby directed to acknowledge our guest. Concept, you have the point.
Mr. Chair, would like to acknowledge the presence in this afternoon's meeting of the committee, the following resource persons. The Honorable Eduardo Del Rosario, Secretary of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. With him are Attorney Angelito Aguila, Director Janet Cruz, Director Miles Rivera, Attorney Maria Luisa Pangan, Attorney Lorena Rigor, and last but not least, Commissioner Marlene Pintor. From the National Housing Authority, we've sent an invitation to General Manager Marcelino Escalada Jr. Attending are Engineer Victor Balba, Assistant General Manager, Attorney John Christopher Mahamud, Chief of Staff, Office of the General Manager, Architect Marisa Manikis, Ms. Wilma Hernandez Mendoza, Ms. Agnes Agay, Ms. Bing de la Victoria, Mr. Joseph Espeleta, Ms. Keith Tan, and Ms. M. Olarte. From the Home Development Mutual Fund, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Chief Executive Officer himself, Mr. Ahmad Rizaldi Moti. Good afternoon, sir. With him are Attorney Marshall Pimentel Jr. and Attorney Jose Roberto Po and Ms. Anela Marie Aliena. From the Social Housing Finance Corporation, we have with us the President, Attorney Arnolfo Cabling. With him are Attorney Junife Payot and Mr. Florencio Carandang.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Congressman and Secretary De La Salle, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody.
From the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, Mr. Felix Berto Bustos Jr., attending our attorney Dante Patapat, Mr. Radsted Halbuna, Mr. Rajawen Zabala, Mr. Rodel Yocario, Ms. Beatrice Brondial, Ms. Leonor Gracia Aquino, Ms. Irene Ogrimen, Ms. Charlene Tupido, and Ms. Marisa Soto. That's about it for now, Mr. Chair. If there is anyone whom we have not called, please identify yourself and the agency you are representing.
Is there any more?
That is all about. That's about all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Committee Comsec. First, I would like to thank all the members of this committee for making time to attend on our first virtual meeting through video conferencing this afternoon. Maraming salamat din po sa ating mga resource persons sa pangunan ng ating sekretary. Sa pagpapaunlak sa ating pong invitasyon para tumalun dito sa ating pagpusulo. Ngayong apo po ito ay ating pag-uusapan ng mga akbang na ginawa at patuloy na ginagawa ng Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development kasama ang mga ahensya sa ilalim nito. Upang tugunan ang mga hapon ng panahon, lalo na dito sa panahon ng pandemya ng COVID-19. In as much as we want to conduct this meeting face-to-face, we are constrained by dangers and risks posed by COVID-19. Napakadami ng buhay ang nasawi, napakarami rin ang apektuhan. Kasama na tayo rin. Pero naniniwala ako, nakakayanin to ng mga Pilipino. Na mapagtatagumpayan natin ang hamon na itong naharap. Together we rise as one. Together we will strike out COVID-19. Isimulan po natin ang diskusyon sa mga naambag ng issue at ang task agencies sa pagkapatupad ng Republica 11469 o ang Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. Lalo na sa nagpapabot ng tulong at pagtataguyod sa pangangailangan ng mga pamilya at individual na nasasakupan nito. Susunod nating talakayin ang mga ginagampanan sa ngayon ng DSUD bilang membro ng Balik-Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa Council at ng Housing National Housing Authority bilang pinuno ng Sekretariat ng Konsehong tinatag ng Pangulong Duterte ayon sa Executive Order number 114. But before we proceed, it may serve us well if we observe some ground rules. This being our first virtual hearing. Una po, upang maayos ang daloy ng ating talakayan, kumari po lamang ay patapusin muna natin ang mga resource persons sa kanilang pong pag-uulat. We give each agency a maximum of 10 minutes for their respective reports. Pangalawa po, after our resource persons are done with their presentation, maaari na po magtanong ang mga membro ng committee. May I remind all the members who wish to propound questions to our resource persons to please register their intent to do so with our committee secretary. Now, may I ask committee secretary to explain the ground rules on how it will be done. Secretary of the board.
Your Honors, please be advised that to facilitate the queuing of members in the list of those who would want to raise clarificatory questions to our resource persons, as well as the monitoring of the list, may we request your Honors to use the chat function of the Zoom instead of the raise hand function. You may message through chat any of the co-hosts who are Secretariat staff in the list of participants. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that, let us proceed with the agenda. First, may we call on the briefing from by the Department of Human Settlement and Human Development and its attached agency on their contribution to the implementation of the Public Act number 11649, entitled an act declaring the existence of a national emergency arising from the coronavirus disease 2019 situation and national policy in connection therewith, and authorizing the President of the Republic of the Philippines for a limited period and subject to restrictions to exercise powers necessary and proper to carry out the declared national policy and for other purposes. And we call on, and the second agenda will be the briefing of the issued and National Housing Authority under the involvement in the implementation of Executive Order number 114, entitled Institutionalizing the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa Program as a pillar of balanced regional development, creating a council therefore and for other purposes. For now, may we call on the Honorable Secretary Eduardo Rosario. You have the floor.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Chairman, Strike Revilla, and all the honorable members of the House of Representatives who are present. To the key shelter agency heads, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The department's interventions during this COVID-19 onslaught in our country generally catered to the general public. Our stakeholders' interventions, specifically with our partner developers, and of course, our own employees. On the general public, we issued suspension of payments to the key shelter agencies, and this suspension of payments for 3 months benefited about 5.5 million member beneficiaries from Pag-ibig Fund, the National Housing Finance Corporation, the National Housing Authority, and the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation. And even during the ECQ, we conducted regular Zoom meeting or video conference with the 4 major developers in the country today, and we consulted them directly to their leadership, and we came up with some interventions so that we can resume construction in their project sites by establishing a productive work site environment, ensuring the safety of their workers. And likewise, these interventions, we issued a series of department orders, advisory, and that include the homeowner station so that they will tandem with the LGUs in the dissemination or conduct of on-ground interventions to help alleviate the general community in their areas. Because we have about 24,000 homeowner stations nationwide, and we would like to tap this huge organization in our campaign against COVID. And we need advisories and department orders and circulars in order to undertake all these activities. Allow us, Mr. Chairman, to give a formal presentation of our briefing, and this will be undertaken by Director Angel Aguila and Director Janet Cruz from my department. May I call on Attorney Angel Aguila? If we can be recognized, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary. We now proceed. Director Aguila and Director Cruz, you are recognized. You have the floor. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon to the Mr. Chair and to the members of the Honorable House Committee of Housing and Urban Development. We will be presenting the different interventions being implemented by the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development in response to or in light of the declaration of the national state emergency and imposition of quarantine in practically the entire country. Next slide, please. Okay. Thank you. Probably the most significant of all the interventions coming from the department as well as from the key shelter agencies is primarily the issuance of the department or the DSUD of an advisory to all the key shelter agencies to provide a moratorium or extension of payment to all the members and beneficiaries of the key shelter agencies in pursuant to, well, initially Presidential Proclamation 922, the Declaration of State of Public Health Emergency throughout the Philippines, which was issued March 8, 2020 by the President, as well as in response to the Bayanihan Toyo as one act, or RA 11469. As mentioned by the Secretary, the advisory issued to our shelter agencies would benefit a big chunk of our kababayans, well, particularly about 5.5 million of members of the Pag-ibig and beneficiaries of the National Housing Authority, SHFC, NHA, and the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation. The advisory is really to directing the different key shelter agencies to issue their measures to provide financial assistance to all the members and beneficiaries who are affected by the quarantine or in general by the COVID pandemic due to the imposition of quarantine, immobilization, as well as diminution of income or loss of employment, in order that they may be able to focus on in order that they not only to ease their financial difficulties, but also for them to be able to focus on their safety and their basic needs during this trying period. The key shelter agencies are here, and we will defer to them for the presentation and discussion of their respective measures and issuances for the benefit of their members and beneficiaries. Well, in general, the benefit extended by this advisory to the different key shelter agencies would amount to 31.4 billion, benefiting a total of about 5.5 members, borrowers, and beneficiaries of the key shelter agencies. Next slide, please. Okay. The department itself, or the DSUD, while we do not have our own members or beneficiaries in the same light as the key shelter agencies, we likewise similarly issued Department Order Number 4, dated April 3, 2020, in which we mandated developers to provide grace period on the payments of buyers of house and lots or condominium units which are under what we call installment plans or in-house financing plan during the enhanced community quarantine period plus 1 month thereafter. While strictly speaking, the installment plans or in-house financing by buyers extended by developers are not strictly banking transactions, but they are deemed by the central bank as well as by the DOF as a financing extension facility, which pursuant to the Bayanihan Law, as well as the mandate of the department to protect buyers under the Presidential Decree Number 957, we issued Department Order 04, wherein all installment payments under in-house financing of the developers, in case of failure of the buyers to pay, there shall be no imposition of penalty, sanction, or other fees, and all those accruing payments during the quarantine period shall be made payable upon lifting thereof, and shall be the buyers given the option to pay the same accruing payments within 6 months after the lifting of the ECQ for those who are affected by the quarantine period. So currently, at least in Metro Manila, all payments becoming due and payable starting March 17 to the end of the general enhanced community quarantine until June 30, plus 1 month thereafter. So developers can only start collecting by July, and then those accruing payments, the buyers are given the option to pay the same within the 6 month succeeding period. So it will be a big help to all buyers, at least to ease their financial difficulties brought about by the COVID pandemic. Next slide, please. Likewise, the department issued Memorandum Circular 2020-01, dated May 14, 2020, which provided for the guidelines in the movement of deadlines and interruption of periods for compliance with requirement and payment of fees and fines during ECQ. This is in response to the general suspension of compliance deadlines and imposition of fines, but under the as mandated by the different issuances under the COVID period. And basically for the department, the deadlines and the period of compliance is affected would be, among others, the submission of sales status reports of developers, the reportorial requirement of the homeowners associations, suspending the same, and then likewise the submission of election reports. The payment of fees, fines, and penalties during this period are likewise deferred, and deadlines move subsequently after the imposition of the quarantine period. And also, all scheduled conciliation and mediation proceedings before the department would be reset after the quarantine period. Well, incidentally, the Human Settlements Adjudication Commission similarly issued an unbanked resolution with respect to the movement of their adjudicatory deadlines, which representative of the Human Settlements Adjudication Commission is likewise with us in this video conference. They will be presenting their own interventions with respect to the imposition of with respect to the COVID pandemic. Next. Another very important issuance of the department is Department Order Number 5, dated May 14. This is the guidelines for the commencement or resumption of real estate business development and construction operations and activities covered by the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development during the COVID-19 state of public health emergency. Just for clarificatory purposes, subdivision projects and condominium projects are within the regulatory authority of the department. So likewise, the construction of the operations, construction and resumption thereof, pursuant to DOH Admin Order Number 15, dated April 30, for us to provide a sector-specific imposition of minimum public health standards for the resumption of construction works. So we, in compliance thereof, we issued Department Order Number 5 pertaining to the resumption of construction work, specifically for subdivision and condominium projects. The more important health measures imposed therein would be, first is the conduct of company or contractor or the developer funded prior testing for COVID-19 to ensure that all construction workers resuming in the construction would be healthy and non-carriers, or at least non-asymptomatic carriers of the virus. Secondly, will be the provision of a safe, hygienic on-site quarters or near-site quarters for the workers, so as to ensure their continued safe stay and well-being during the construction period. And then the Department Order Number 5 likewise mandates the provision of adequate assistance or package for workers who might contract COVID-19 in the course of the resumption of work, of construction work in the construction site of condominium and subdivision projects. The department order likewise mandate the provision of group health or self-insurance coverage for workers with illness, death, or other provision of other assistance arising from COVID-19 related risks. And of course, to ensure the safety within the construction site, mandating the wearing of face masks, temperature scanning, periodic sanitation, in order to ensure the safety and cleanliness and non-infectious condition within the construction site. And to ensure compliance thereof, all developers resuming their constructions are required to submit an undertaking to comply with the requirements imposed under Department Order Number 5. Presently, under this issuance, 209 developers have complied and resumed construction, entailing 776 projects. The 776 projects translate to about 319,509 housing units, providing work resumption, employment resumption for 55,546 workers. So that is as of June 16, 2022, nationwide. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Lastly, the department similarly issued Advisory 01, dated May 20, dated May 1st, 2020, which enjoined homeowners associations, as well as their federations, confederations, or umbrella organizations, to assist the government in the strict implementation of the enhanced community quarantine or general community quarantine protocols within their community. Specific measures wherein homeowners associations are enjoined to comply with or impose are: first, temporary closure of open spaces and common areas to prevent gatherings and congregations. And that is to enhance the prevention of spread of the COVID virus. And then to continually adapt and provide sanitation services within their respective subdivisions or subdivision areas, providing, for example, wash stations, plastic walls, even for those sari-sari stores which might be operating within their subdivision and villages. The advisory urges all homeowners associations to cancel their scheduled elections, meeting, referendums, and meetings in pursuant to the prohibition during the quarantine periods. But amidst all these restrictions and measures, all homeowners associations are mandated to ensure uninterrupted basic community services such as provision of security, street lightings, garbage disposal, and collections. So that is for the homeowners associations, and those are the regulatory interventions implemented by and being implemented by the department during this during the enhanced community quarantine and general community quarantine. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. And the department was able to do all of these things because we did not let up in our operations. Even prior to the next slide, please. So even before the declaration of Metro Manila's ECQ, as well as other countries, the DSUD has already issued guidelines to its KSAs regarding the deployment of skeleton workforce, strict health protocols, and social distancing. And so as not to disrupt client service, the DSUD bureaus, regional offices, and service bureaus offices opened social media accounts and disseminated email addresses for its client queries. The DSUD leadership under Secretary Eduardo Del Rosario continued to lead MANCO meetings with senior officials, as well as conducted regular board meetings of SHFC, Pag-ibig, National Home during the height of the ECQ through Zoom meetings. And the Secretary also met with stakeholders from the developers group through Zoom meetings to thresh out issues. And the use of the teleconferencing proved to be an opportunity for the stakeholders to meet with all officers and OICs of regional offices so that local concerns were quickly addressed. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Pursuant to the guidelines issued by the civil service, the DSUD took measures to protect the employees and allow the majority to work from home and modified working conditions to adhere to minimum public health standards in the central office and the regional offices. Despite the quarantine, there were essential staff who were present to take care of essential services like payrolls and even proceed with the placement of employees pursuant to RA 6656. Next slide, please. And as of today, next slide. Right now, as mentioned before, the department allowed online submission of documentary requirements, inspection of projects by appointment and via drone, and adopted minimal face-to-face and physical distancing measures in the office for visiting public clientele. Right now, a skeletal workforce combined with work from home arrangement ensure that at least 50% of the manpower are in the office at any given day. Our office hours are from 8 to 5, Monday to Friday every week. And even despite the 50%, we are able to meet with the needs of the clients. And to provide the department also made measures to provide shuttle services for employees and while still complying with the requirements imposed by the local interagency COVID task force. So now we proceed to the ways forward.
Good afternoon again. For the ways forward, one of the major concerns of our stakeholders, particularly the developers, is the review of the licensing permitting process to eliminate unnecessary requirements and procedure. This is not merely pursuant to the Ease of Doing Business Act, but really this is in particular the issuance of the license to sell, which is in response to the expected or economic slump brought about by the COVID pandemic. So there is an urgency to expedite this so that to facilitate the issuance of the license to sell in favor of the developers. Under the Ease of Doing Business Act, this issuance of license to sell is requires technical evaluation, so it's mandated that the same shall be issued within 20-day period. So all other attendant requirements in the process of licensing and permitting for the issuance of the license to sell, we have our memorandum circulars streamlining the procedure so that all other issuances of additional requisites requirements shall be within the 20-day period as mandated by the Ease of Doing Business Act for the issuance of the license to sell. The license to sell is very important because it assures and ensures the developers a continuous infusion of funds for the development of projects, which in turn, with its multiplier effect, would provide employment to many workers in the construction business, particularly in subdivision and construction development. Likewise, included in the licensing permitting is the one of the more difficult requirements for the issuance of the licenses is compliance to the balanced housing. So we are coming up with a temporary relief for developers so that we will not be requiring the submission of a compliance to the balanced housing at the time of licensing or at the start of the development period of the condominium project or the subdivision project, but in order to enable the developers to focus their financing or their funding to the main projects, which would provide more employment to workers, without, however, sacrificing the requirement of developers having to comply with the provision of socialized housing as their compliance within the completion period of their main condominium or main subdivision projects. Likewise, for the review of licensing permitting, another clamor coming from real estate brokers as well as real estate agents who are required to annually renew the registration with us in light of the quarantine period, the loss of employment, diminution in their income. We are extending their 2020 registration, and with the requirement for them to register in November would be dispensed with, but we would be extending that to next year, in particular, probably in the month of March, to give them more time for real estate brokers, sales agents to be able to recover from the effects of the imposition of the quarantine. Okay. Also included for the easing of the licensing and permitting process, as previously discussed by Director Janet Cruz, we are incorporating in our processes the filing through online filing of scanned documents in order to facilitate, speed up the processing brought about by the immobility and difficulty of public transport during this period. Okay. Secondly, very important also ways forward for the department, in order to further ensure that the production of more socializing unit, we will be doubling up, mobilizing the developers escrow socialized housing compliance, which would be we will be utilizing to assist LGUs for their public housing, in which local government units with proposed housing projects as incorporated in their local shelter plan or in accordance with their comprehensive land use plans, they can avail of subsidy or additional financing from developers' socialized housing compliance in order to provide more housing units and different housing assistance for their beneficiaries, to include not only their resettlement for their LGU employees, LGU beneficiaries, those living in danger zones, in waterways. The developers escrow fund can be mobilized in order to provide assistance to many LGUs who might be in need of additional funding for their public housing. These are some of the more important measures we will be implementing in the very near future. Thank you very much.
So that ends our presentation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Director Aguila and Director Cruz. We will now call on representative from the National Housing Authority, representative of GM Escalada,
Engineer
Balba. You have the floor, Engineer.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Strike Revilla.
Good afternoon,
sir, and other members of this committee, Honorable Secretary Del Rosario of the Sud, and other key shelter heads, officers, and other. So, in support to the implementation of Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, and in compliance to the instruction of our Honorable Secretary Del Rosario, the NHA implemented several interventions, as mentioned by Director Aguila of the Sud. With the permission of the Chair of this committee, may I request the Group Manager of the Management Services Group, Architect Marisa Manikis, to give the details of our interventions. Sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You are recognized. Ms. Manikis.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Board representatives, fellow workers in government. We would like to present NHA's participation in the implementation of the Bayanihan to Heal as One. First, insofar as our programs and related matters are concerned. Next slide, please. We have been undertaking activities since March 2020, imposition of the ECQ, outline of presentation will be first the amortization moratorium guidelines that had been issued to our beneficiaries, the projects and activities that are being undertaken and are ongoing, the impact on our key result areas of this crisis, and the issuance of a production guidelines by the NHA. So for we have issuances of financial guidelines for our residential accounts and also our commercial, industrial, and institutional accounts. Residential, in our projects, there is the automatic moratorium existing residential accounts under our Memo Circular 2020-025. There is the suspension of the amortization payments from March 16 up to June 15, and that delinquency or additional interest charge shall not be imposed during that period of time. The payment will be extended for 3 months. Next slide. To continue, we also have our MC, Memo Circular 2020-30. This refers to our commercial, industrial, and institutional accounts, wherein there is a waiver of the delinquency. But the NHA shall continue to accept payments that are tendered by the awardees and lessees. There will be a reversal of delinquency interest charges from same period as that of the residential from March 16 up to June 15. Also, we would like to inform that the NHA has complied to RA 11469 mandatory remittance of treasury in the amount of 500 million pesos. So next slide, please. So for the programs, projects, and activities that are being undertaken by the NHA, next slide. First, this is the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program. It is a new program in itself, and it shall be discussed in full later with another presentation. But we would like to inform that the NHA, there is the inclusion of 32 million for transitory support. With our general manager as executive director and NHA as secretariat, we have required the construction of a center in our BP2, that is Balik Probinsya Depot, in our area, NHA property, and construction ongoing of centers and various facilities. And NHA, the provision of housing units for the Balik Paninirahan families and utilizing the unoccupied housing units of AFP housing program throughout the country. Next slide, please. Also, in terms of this related to the Balik Probinsya, there has been procurement as mentioned, because in our dispatch area, we have had a first rollout last May 20. There were procurement of signages and also janitorial services and security services. But for the office, we have provided for supplies and materials as needed during the time of COVID-19, including transport services or vans for the NHA employees. Next slide. Also, for the welfare of our workforce, we have had 5 memo circulars and advisories to the alternative work arrangements, as well during this time of ECQ, as well as the grant of hazard pay for those who are really very much needed to go to our main office. Next. Also, in terms of our frontliners, by that we mean primarily our medical personnel, those that are in our clinic, doctor and also our security services and also our cleaning services, which we consider frontline. There has been swab testing as well as provision of supplies and materials that are needed during this time. Next slide. And now we have also, similar to other offices, we have our meetings, from our board meetings to our regional meetings. We have tried several platforms, video conferencing platform, and I think we have settled and are more comfortable now with the Zoom. So we are using this. And also, as secretariat for the for the Balik Probinsya, we are web hosting for the online enrollment system. Now, the impact of this prolonged ECQ on our result areas and our PPAs. Next slide. There have been, understandably, project delays, work suspensions, biddings have been delayed. Carryover projects have requested suspensions due to the restrictions in mobility, including the workers and unavailability of materials. That there will be revisions. There are already revisions in our production targets for 2020 and for completions. There is also, given the moratorium as well as other probable reasons, difficulty on our collection as well, as shown. And based on our projected collection, there will be an increase also in delinquent accounts by some percent.
Next slide.
Here, we have just seen a study by our corporate planning for our starts. The decreases in the number of projects, particularly under the AFP-PNP housing program and the permanent housing projects for our Yolanda housing. Figures are as shown. There are decreases in the projects by 10% and in the number of housing units of 10%, and as well as in the funding requirement. Right? The same goes for our housing completions. There have been, as mentioned earlier, delays in bidding process, the suspension of work, so that there are decreases in the number of housing units that are completed by 32%. The number of projects decreases by 12%. Next. Even as we now, being the production arm of the SUD and key shelter agencies, we are adjusting to the new normal. And firstly, we have issuance of production guidelines for construction safety guidelines in the implementation of our infrastructure project. Even continue to look at it and how things will go about in order that we may perform better, the best that we can. Next slide, please. Under the MC, we are saying that solar projects and protocols should be compliant to the IATF resolutions. Construction passes. Even as we have under the CPES already the presence of a safety officer for projects, we emphasize this further, and also the creation of a health and safety committee for our projects. Next slide, please. So we also have under this provision of a welfare facilities. No, this is and also assistance in transporting the workers for our projects, and this one is very critical, that the contractor to provide medical checkup for workers before starting work, and all to observe our health and safety protocols such as physical distancing and wearing of protective gears, and also the imposition of penalties for such. Thank you very much. That is our presentation.
Thank you, Architect Vanitis. Maybe call on our next resource person, Mr. Ahmad. Oh, before that, I would like to acknowledge first our members who are present today. Vice Chair Davini Apple Pancho, Vice Chair Naela Panto Aguinaldo, Vice Chair Kiko Benitez, Vice Chair Alfonso Bali, Vice Chair John Martin Nieto, and our Representative Emery Wano Dizon, Representative Angelo Marcos Barba, Representative Romeo Alusos Jr., Representative John Ray Bianco, Representative Alan Benedict Reyes, Representative Jose K. Padiernos, Representative Cesar Joao Jimenez, Representative Precious Hipolito Castello, Representative Paul Luis Taza, Representative Teodorico Haresco, Representative Ria Vergara, Representative Tino D, Representative Jocelyn Fortuno, Representative Jun Ong, Representative Alexi Tutor, Representative Sunny Lagun, Representative Sherlyn Banyas Nograles, Representative Manny Lopez, Representative Luz Kimbo, Representative Sara Ibanez Elago, Representative Franz, Representative Kit Palmonte, Representative Arlene Brosas, and Representative Euphemia Tulaman. Maraming salamat po sa ating pong mga membro. At we will now proceed with the briefing of the CEO of Pag-ibig, Mr. Ahmad Oti. You are recognized. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And with the permission of the Pag-ibig Fund Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Secretary Del Rosario. So I'll go through quickly in the interest of time.
Okay, go ahead.
Kung tayong tipolo, kumain ba? Ayun yung kailangan yung baboy?
Mr. Chair, mukhang okay.
Mukhang mayroon. Mute yung iba. Pakimute.
Yeah, AGM, mukhang hindi ka naka-mute AGM. But in the interest of time, Mr. Chair and Secretary Ed, so I'll go through quickly with our report. Next slide, please.
Go ahead.
So, Pag-ibig Fund, Mr. Chair, has two programs as loan reliefs for our members. The first one, of course, is under the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, or under RA 11469, grace period mandatory, and also the 3-month moratorium. Next slide, please. Now, Mr. Chair, Pag-ibig Fund, under the grace period, under RA 11469, so 4.77 million member borrowers have benefited from it. 4 million short-term loan borrowers and more than 713,000 housing loan borrowers. So that's grace period until the lifting of MECQ last May 31. Next slide, please. Now, on the other hand, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, under our circular 432 moratorium, so for short-term loans, more than 145,000 member borrowers have availed of it, and we've automatically approved 87% of them, 126,756. And for housing loan borrowers, we have approved 93,750. Now, for the grace, for the moratorium, Mr. Chair, I'd like to highlight the fact that on the day that ECQ was declared, that was last March 16, immediately thereafter, Secretary Del Rosario, Chairman of Pag-ibig Fund, gave the instruction that we have to provide support to our minimum and low wage earners, or members who are minimum and low wage earners. So what we did was for housing loan moratorium, in the past, Mr. Chair, only those with updated loans can avail of moratorium. But this time around, regardless of the status, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, even if the account is undergoing foreclosure, we cover them for as long as hindi pa talaga siya foreclosed, automatic approval. Any low wage member, automatically approved. At the same time, all members, regardless of income. Meron po kasi tayong government housing projects that the resulting housing units are socialized housing. Regardless of loan income, basta socialized housing unit ang binili, automatic approval regardless of loan status. And for all other members, yung matataas naman ng sweldo, basta updated, automatic approval. And any member who has been affected, halimbawa overseas Filipino worker members affected by this, we just need supporting documents, and it's automatic approval also, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. In addition, Mr. Chair, so in one of the meetings conducted by Secretary Del Rosario, attended by the members of the four big developer associations, the first thing they requested from our chairman, Secretary Del Rosario, was a bridge financing facility. They were hoping that under the economic stimulus package being discussed now in Congress, they were hoping that a portion can be allocated for bridge financing. So what we did in the Board of Trustees of Pag-ibig Fund, we increased our budget to 10 billion, 8 billion supplemental budget. And the 10 billion house construction facility acts as a credit facility because, Mr. Chair, we all know that the biggest challenge to our partner developers as they restart their operations would be the lack of cash flows. So ito po, they can draw immediately pag dineliver nila sa Pag-ibig Fund, while without waiting for the takeouts, they can draw up to 70% of the value. That will allow them to pay the salaries of their employees, so ma-retain nila yung mga empleyado nila, and also to pay their suppliers, so hardware stores, cement suppliers, etc. So this 10 billion is currently available to all our partner developers, specifically for those that are in socialized and low-cost housing. So yun po yung tinutugunan ng Pag-ibig Fund. And again, we're very thankful to Secretary Del Rosario and the other members of the board for immediately approving the request of management for this. So we have 10 billion stimulus package for socialized and low-cost housing industry. Next slide, please. Now, as to how many members we've helped, despite the ECQ and MECQ in a lot of places, we've shifted to email submission of calamity loan applications because our members could no longer go to our branches kasi bawal na pong lumabas sa bahay, Mr. Chair and members of the board. So from March 17 until June 4, we have released a total amount of 2.58 billion pesos, benefiting 173,423 members under our calamity loan and multipurpose loan. Those two programs can run side by side. So that's what we've done. So everything was via email. Para lang immediately, Mr. Chair, ay makapag-process tayo. All our branches then were closed to the public, but skeleton workforce was present and they processed all the accounts. January to June 4, Mr. Chair, we've released more than 13 billion pesos, helping 709,291 member borrowers of Pag-ibig Fund. Next slide, please. Now, Mr. Chair, during the lockdown, a lot of our developers could not work on their land development, house construction, etc. But at the same time, many of them had ready folders or loan applications by their buyers who are members of Pag-ibig Fund. So what we did was Pag-ibig Fund issued our interim procedures so that we can still process, so that we can liquefy the mortgage holders applications of the developers. During those period, during ECQ and MACQ, unfortunately, the banks, although the branches were open, they did not process. So for Pag-ibig Fund, we said that we have to, again, upon the directive of our chairman, Secretary Del Rosario, so we processed under interim procedure. So usually we would require for the submission of the titles with annotation of the loan. This time around, Mr. Chair, sabi namin, sige, undertaking na muna yan, but the developers are required to, after lifting of the ECQ, MECQ, developers who will avail of this facility will have to submit to us eventually yung titulo na may annotation. So medyo pwedeng issue sa COA, but we also consulted COA about it to have more than enough controls. Because what we are trying to prevent, Mr. Chair, is again yung lack of credit or lack of cash flows. Otherwise, we know what will happen. Pag hindi makabayad, pag walang release ang Pag-ibig Fund sa developers, the developers could not pay or retain their employees. And at the same time, they could not pay also the suppliers, contractors nila, mga hardware stores, etc., which will cause more harm to the economy, at least for the housing industry. So medyo talagang tinulungan natin. Otherwise, if we just wait until the lifting, magkakaproblema tayo lalo. And so yun po, Mr. Chair, yung ginawa natin. Interim. Now, how much have we released? Next slide, please. And this will be my last slide, Mr. Chair. So from that period, March 17 until June 4, we released 3.11 billion pesos for the takeout of 2,847 loans of our members who bought housing units from various developers nationwide. But from January to June 4, total takeout reached 18 billion already, benefiting 17,415 member borrowers of Pag-ibig Fund. Mr. Chair, I will no longer, we still have other slides, but I will no longer present all the other measures because all of them were in compliance with the department order issued by Secretary Del Rosario, my boss, Mr. Chair. So this will be my last slide. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moti, for your presentation. Maybe before that, I would like to inform and remind our members who wish to ask questions later to put their intent, just post it into our chat para po sa maayos pagkakapag-data po sa inyo mamaya. So anyway, we move on to the presentation of SHOPC President Arnulfo Ricardo Habib. You have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of this committee. Good afternoon, Secretary Del Rosario. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chair, at this point, may I request that our Vice President for Planning be recognized as he will be the one to make the presentation for SHOPC.
Yes.
Jojo Carandang. Mr. Jojo Carandang.
Yes. Mr. Carandang, you are recognized.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honors. I'll be presenting the response of the Social Housing Finance Corporation. Okay, it will just be a quick presentation. I will just zero in on the undertakings done by our corporation. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the outline of our presentation. I'll just give you a mandate. That's number 2. It's really an introduction of SHFC. Sino ba kami? Sino ang mandat? Sino ang mga kliyente namin para maintindihan nyo po ng lubos ang response namin. Okay? And then our response, at ituloy ko na dun sa contribution namin sa Balik Probinsya program. Saglit lang naman po to. We have slides for our performance. Siguro hindi ko na lang po sasabihin yon. And instead, if you have any questions, we are willing to show the slides na lang later. Sige, next slide please. Sino ho ba ang Social Housing Finance Corporation? In a nutshell, we were created by Executive Order 272, and that our main mandate is to develop and implement social housing programs for the low-income families in the formal and informal sector. So ang aming mga mandated clients ay yung the poorest of the poor, and at the same time, the low-income groups in the formal sector. Yung masasabi nating medyo hirap magbayad at hindi matataas ang kanilang sweldo or ang kanilang income. So ang aming mission po, in a nutshell, you can call that FAIR. It's flexible and affordable, innovative and responsive shelter solutions. We offer that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, sige, next slide, please. Our major program is the Community Mortgage Program. Kung I guess more or less alam na ng mga honorable congressman ang aming programa, no, yung CMP, gusto ko lang po malaman nyo, 12 po yung aming modalities. So this is our response na to COVID, no? So for the partners, pag sinabi namin partners, ito po yung aming kliyente at ito po yung aming mga katulong sa pagbibigay ng fair shelter solution. Unang-una, gaya ng ibang key shelter agencies, nagbigay rin kami ng 3-month moratorium. Ilan yung aming nabigyan ng masasabi nating natuwa sa undertaking na to ay around siguro mga 230 informal settlers families. Hindi po sila nagbayad ng 3 months. Ang aming moratorium period ay from March 16 to June 15. Magkano ang hindi na-kolekta, estimated figures while we are finalizing the details of the amounts, around 300 million. So okay lang po yun ang aming contribution. Second, ano pa yung ginawa namin sa partners namin? Sa mga partners naman namin na vulnerable, ni-realign po namin yung 2 million God funds namin sa pagbigay tulong sa vulnerable groups. Ito po yung aming mga beneficiaries na solo parent, persons with disability at senior citizen. Binigyan po namin sila ng cash assistance. Third, in-extend po namin ang kontrata ng mga contractors namin na naabutan ng community quarantine. So ang nangyari, kunwari meron po silang deadline, sabi namin, sige, ganito na lang, you may stop work, idagdag na lang natin pag na-lift na yung quarantine. Ganun ka-basic lang yung in-offer namin. Okay naman po sa contractors namin. Because, kaya namin ginawa yun, because we are also after their help. Your honors, ayaw naman namin na naka-quarantine na, patuloy pa sila. But there are some contractors, we appreciate that very much, who are willing to work at that time nung ECQ tayo, pero ang naging policy ng SHFC is no, health is paramount. Yun ang interest namin at this point. And then number 4, hindi po nag-stop work ang SHFC. We continued evaluation of project application. Tulad ng sinabi ng DSUD, tulad rin ng sinabi ng NHA at yung Pag-ibig, kami rin po ay work from home during the ECQ. Yes, ang aming ginamit na platform ay Zoom. So we continued evaluating projects. Tiningnan namin yung mga applications at yung mga iba't ibang paraan para continued yung work namin. Kahit na hindi pa pwedeng mag-work sa offices namin. Okay, number 5, information drive to Homeowners Association. Through Facebook and text messages, kami nag-contribute sa national government dahil kung ano ang mga sinabi ng IATF at mga national government policies we relay it to our community beneficiaries. So alam nila, up to date sila kung ano nga ba tong virus na to, kung ano ang ginagawa ng gobyerno, at kung ano rin ang ginagawa ng SHFC para mapatupad ang mga polisiyas ng gobyerno habang meron tayong COVID pandemic. Next slide please. So that is for the partners. For the home front, pag sinabing home front, para sa mga empleyado naman ng SHFC or SHOPC, ano po ang ginawa ng corporation? Tulad rin ng Key Shelter Agency, meron kaming work from home arrangement. Right now, we are in general quarantine, di ba? So ang general community quarantine, so it says there that dapat meron tayong skeletal force. So ginagawa po namin yun, alinsunod po sa instruction ng TSUD. Meron kaming skeletal force, and at the same time, kung meron din kaming work from home. Every week, we submit a new list of schedule of workers. Parang sort of binabalasa namin, tinitingnan namin, pinag-aaralan namin every week. So nakikita namin, ito pala ang dapat pumapasok, ito pala ang pwedeng mag-work from home. Doon sa mga pumapasok naman po, ino-offer namin sila ng shuttle service. Because right now, we understand that public transportation is not readily available. So kung ano yung available na corporate vehicles sa head office at sa regional office, ginagamit namin siyang paghatid sundo. Of course, we practice social distancing dito sa shuttle services na to. Number 7, nung height po ng ECQ, ang SHFC po, ang SHOPC, meron po kasi kaming mga agency hired. These are not plantilla personnel, pero madami po kasi sila. Sila po ang tumutulong sa amin sa paggawa ng aming mandato. So ang ginawa namin, syempre hindi sila covered. We talked with the agency that provided us their services at napakiusapan namin, first, advance salary, and second, sabi namin, bibigyan namin sila ng tulong financial. Again, we took that from our corporate funds. In particular, meron kasi kaming team building activities. So, ang ginawa namin yung team building activities, binigay namin doon sa mga agency hired employees. Now, number 8, now during the time of GCQ, anong ginagawa namin? Meron kaming rapid testing for SHFC employees. Yung mga pumapasok, nira-rapid test po namin sila. Now, pag nagi silang positive, of course, may standard po yan. They have to go to quarantine. Ang policy po ng management namin is to ensure safety. Kaya as much as possible, gusto namin na ang pumapasok sa opisina ay yung mga empleyado na negative ang rapid testing. Ito na siguro na rin ang aming contribution in terms of identifying who are infected. It's not really parang marking who is unhealthy or not, but it's really a way of contributing for the overall safety of the community, our employees, and our customers. No? And then during work from home, especially during the ECQ na talagang lahat work from home, bawal ang opisina, and until now, our human resource development is conducting free training. So let's face it, yung merong mga ibang units na nung nag-work from home, medyo hindi masyadong malaki ang load niya. Nakita po yun ng SHFC management. Kaya ang ginagawa namin hanggang ngayon is that ang ginagawa ng SHFC management, we are continuously capacitating them. Okay? Number 10, sa mga empleyado naman ng SHFC, yung plantilla item, meron po kaming Provident Fund. Ang ginawa namin, pinakausapan namin yung management ng Provident Fund. Pwede bang meron rin moratorium sa mga naglo-loan sa Provident Fund? And we have allocated a portion sa Provident Fund namin na magbigay ng emergency loan should dumating yung time na kailangan nila ng financial assistance due to COVID effects, no? Sige, next slide please. Okay, for the frontliners, ano naman po ang contribution ng Social Housing Finance Corporation sa frontliners o doon sa national government? In general, yung number 11, we have donated a total of 40,000 pesos from corporate funds. Agad-agad po to. Nung March, nung nag-ECQ, nag-donate agad kami ng alcohol and face mask sa Philippine General Hospital. It's automatic. Sige, mag-contribute tayo. Yun agad ang naisip ng SHFC management. Number 12, nakasulat po dito, we volunteer for the mega COVID swapping centers. Meron po mga volunteers ang SHFC and they are just waiting orders for them to be deployed in the different swapping centers. Handa po ang SHFC, nag-volunteer sila na gawin ang undertaking nito. Next. And then all in all, kung makikita nyo, this was even publicized into national broadsheets, SHFC basically contributed or made available a total of 600 million for the national government fight sa COVID virus, no? So ano-ano po to? Well, 21 million ang ni-review namin, tiningnan namin ano ba yung mga items na wag na nating i-pursue. This is in response to the directive of the DOF and GCG and DBM to identify items sa corporate operating budget nyo. Ano ba yung non-essential? So, right there and then, we are saying that 21 million available po yan. Should the national government need that, SHFC is willing to part with the 21 million. These are corporate funds po. Second, we also receive a directive from the Department of Finance to advance our dividends. So, ginawa po agad namin yun. Noong May, binigay po namin agad an estimated amount. Inestimate namin yung dividends namin for the year, for 2019. For this year, for 2020. Noong 2019 kasi ang dividend namin, so far mga 100 million. So sabi namin, sige, 100 million muna. Pero pag nag-compute, yung remaining yun, ibibigay ulit namin sa Department of Finance. So, in advance na namin yung dividend namin. And as far as the Bayanihan Act is concerned, we are making available our 2020 GAA funds, a total of 490. Sige po, kasi according to that law, 35% na lang, ay 35% ang kailangan ibigay mo sa national government. Okay, so in the interest of a concerted national effort, sige, binigay po namin yan. Ang total niyan, more or less 611 million. So, I think this would be the last slide. So, in a nutshell po, may isa pa. Sige, next slide please. So, dun sa balik probinsya program, I know this is this would be tackled in a different section. Pero sabihin na lang namin, ang SHFC po ay handang-handang tumulong dun sa balik probinsya program dahil dun sa pinakita ko nga sa inyong 12 modalities ng CMP, isa yung dalawa po doon o halos lahat noon. I am just highlighting the two modalities, vertical CMP and farmland CMP. Pang-probinsya po to. Pero yung lahat po ng modalities, pang-probinsya po yun. Kasi even before the pandemic, we have already approved these modalities. Ang gusto po nga namin, wag silang pumunta sa Metro Manila. Ang CMP po ang iniisip namin, sila po ang magbibigay ng bahay doon sa probinsya. So as much as possible, we discourage them to go to Metro Manila or to the big cities. Parang right there and then, sa kanilang LGU, we can provide you with community housing. Okay? That being said, maraming salamat po, Your Honors. Kung may mga katanungan, SHFC will be willing to answer you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jojo Karandang. We will call now the representative. President of National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, Mr. Felix Buto Bustos. You are recognized. You have the floor. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. May I request that the head of our corporate planning, Ms. Rajawen Sabala, be recognized to present our.
Go ahead. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Bala. Mr. Bala, please.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, honorable congressmen and heads of the key shelter agencies.
Go ahead.
Yes, we are going to present the major Bayanihan accomplishments and Balik Probinsya and Pag-asa info. Next slide, please. The following are the highlights of NHMFC's involvement in the Bayanihan to Heal at 1 app. Online application for the 3-month moratorium on housing loan payments. So, bale, available po sa aming website. They can just go online and apply. Kasi si moratorium, hindi po siya automatic. Mandatory grace period on loans being offered. This one is automatic, so there's no need to apply. In the middle of the COVID-19, we find it necessary that the government would need funding. So we have remitted to the Bureau of Treasury high dividends of 264 million. And we also paid our corporate tax as well as the percentage tax amounting to 83 million and 34 million respectively. We also remitted the amortization to SSS to help increase availability of SSN's funds for calamity loans. We understand that the government is right now in need of funding. So we find it necessary to do our share as a corporation. We also identified discontinued programs, activities, and projects generating savings amounting to 14 million. So yung mga unnecessary activities, we already discontinued it, like yung aming mga team building, those things po we already discontinued. Next page, please. And of course, yung mga sinabi na rin po nila with regarding to our workers, we also adopted yung mga PPEs, providing vitamins for our employees. Those were also given and providing transport to all our employees. And next, please. The major Bayanihan accomplishments. As you know, National Home Mortgage is more on financing. So we provide liquidity and financing facilities and programs to rural and regional areas. Our programs, HLRPP, the shelter, the Mabuhay, or the reverse mortgage, which is available to our senior citizens, are all still available even in the midst of COVID. Fresh funds for housing originators and support for LGUs to build more houses that are resilient, safe, energy efficient, and environmentally friendly to vulnerable sector and to retrofit existing houses. Plus, as you know, the housing community, the housing industry provides employment opportunities, especially in the countryside. Thank you. And that's all. Next slide.
That's all. Thank you, Ms. Sabala, and our President, Mr. Bustos. May we call on our Executive Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman.
Education Commission, Commissioner Melissa, you are recognized. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the House of Representatives, Secretary Eduardo De Rosario, and my colleagues from the key shelter agencies, good afternoon. The report of HSAC on its participation in the Bayanihan to Heal as Act 1, to Heal as One Act, will be presented by our legal officer and our task force head for COVID-19, Attorney Ruben Zabala. May I request that he be recognized, Your Honor.
Mr. Zabala, you are recognized. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the honorable members of the committee. Okay. So before we start with our presentation, Mr. Chair, allow us to stress that HSAC is now, the Human Settlements Adjudication Commission, is now a purely quasi-judicial agency, which means that the service we provide to the public is akin to a court. So the policies that we issued and the measures we adopted during the COVID pandemic were related to the filing and hearing
Alice. Sabihin mo kay Walisin niya itong mga...
Thank you. Please proceed.
So the policies that we issued and the measures that we adopted during the COVID-19 pandemic or during the quarantine period were related to the filing and hearing of cases before the commission. So to recall, on 16 March 2020, the President declared the state of calamity throughout the Philippines and imposed an ECQ throughout Luzon, which was from initially from 17 March to the 12th of April 2020, which is approximately 1 month. So accordingly, the Commission issued an advisory notifying the public that the period for filing of cases or period of filing of pleadings was extended to 30 days. So then thereafter, the Commission also issued a memorandum to all its units that to adopt alternative work arrangements, which means that say our adjudicators would continue writing decisions in their homes so as not to impede our services. Now, because apparently the public was surprised, because of when the quarantine was declared, we received a lot of queries and questions regarding their cases before the commission. So we had to issue another advisory informing the public that the deliberation, the hearing of cases would resume after the lifting of the ECQ. Unfortunately, on 07 April, the President then extended the ECQ. So we had to issue another advisory informing the public that we were also continuing the suspension of the hearings and also the suspending this prescriptive period of their cases. But we also informed the public, we advised the public that we would continue receiving queries and questions through email or through our hotlines. Now on 12 May this year, the IATF, which was approved by the President, issued a resolution declaring Metro Manila, Cebu, and Luzon under MECQ. So after that, we started preparing our office for the eventual return to service po. And we issued Memorandum Circular number 5, creating a task force which would implement all policies relating to the COVID-19 pandemic, and also other, if any gaps that we identify, the task force will be the one under the commission who would implement those policies. Moving forward, Mr. Chair, at present, Metro Manila has already been declared as under GCQ. So we are already providing, technically we are already accepting the continuance of hearings, but we issued under our memorandum circular, we are promoting the conduct of hearings through electronic means. So similar to the courts, we are promoting hearings through Zoom or any other video conferencing, similar to what we are conducting right now. Also, of course, that is conditioned on the parties agreeing to the arrangement, and the parties being capable of conducting the hearings or conferences through electronic means. So if the parties are not capable of conducting it through Zoom, then we are still prepared to conduct the hearings here at the central office or in any other of our offices. With regard to the central office, we have made arrangements, we have reconfigured our building, and we transferred all our frontline services to the first floor. So we have limited, of course, also the number of parties that can enter the building in order to mitigate the spread of the disease within the building and also to its personnel. So, in other words, we would, in essence, Mr. Chair, we would like to inform the public that we will now be promoting electronic means to conduct hearings, and that a skeleton workforce is currently deployed in our offices to maintain public service. We are also, of course, imposing the minimum standard, minimum health standards for clients who come to our office, and then we are currently revising our rules of procedure to adapt to the new normal, particularly on adapting electronic means for the conduct of hearings. So we also have plans to, we are also at present procuring the means to conduct rapid testing for our frontline personnel. And of course, we will also like the support of the committee in updating or improving our means to conduct hearings through electronic means. Of course, we need new computers and such. So basically, Mr. Chair, that is what measures we have adopted through the quarantine period. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are ready to accept questions, po.
We now call again our Secretary, Eduardo Del Rosario, to brief us again in the involvement of your department in the Balik Probinsya, Bagong Pag-asa program.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. For the Balik Probinsya program, we have a presentation, Mr. Chairman. Director Miles will do the presentation. May I request to be recognized, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary. Director Miles, you are recognized. Please proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, the honorable members of the House Committee on Housing and Urban Development, to the heads of the shelter agencies, my colleagues from the housing sector, magandang hapon po. I will be presenting the role of the DSUD in the Balik Probinsya, Bagong Pag-asa, or the BP2 program. Okay, just a very brief background about the BP2 program. This program is implemented pursuant to EO 114 signed by the President on May 6, 2020. The title of EO 114 is institutionalizing the Balik Probinsya, Bagong Pag-asa as a pillar of balanced regional development, creating a council therefore and for other purposes. There is already an implementing guidelines for EO 114 that was approved by the BP2 Council on June 4, 2020. The primary purpose of the program is actually to promote countryside development, to ensure balanced regional development and equitable distribution of wealth, resources, and opportunities through policies and programs that boost countryside development and inclusive growth, provide adequate social services, and promote full employment, industrialization, and an improved quality of life in rural areas. In addition to this, BP2 also aims to decongest Metro Manila and promote reverse migration from the NCR and other congested metropolises to the provinces. At the same time, the BP2 is also considered a COVID response strategy as it aims to provide support to those affected by the COVID-19 pandemic in Metro Manila who have opted to return to their provinces for permanent relocation and employment. Next slide, please. The target beneficiaries of the BP2 program are the low-income families who opt to move out of NCR or other highly urbanized cities to return or relocate to other provinces due to but not limited to the following circumstances. 1, voluntary decision to return to their provinces. 2, loss of job or other sources of income. 3, unsafe current dwelling places. 4, those that are exposed to health and safety risks and other environmental hazards. So these beneficiaries shall be the main focus of the government's transitory assistance to motivate them to stay in the LGU where they shall be relocated and not to eventually go back to the major cities. Other beneficiaries will nonetheless be allowed to go back to live and work in the provinces. However, government assistance to relocation shall be minimal or possibly none. Next slide, please. So the EO 114 provides for the creation of a BP2 Council that will ensure a whole of government action on the implementation of the BP2 program. A total of 21 agencies, as enumerated here, are part of the BP2 Council. Other agencies and entities like ULAP and the leagues of cities, provinces, municipalities shall also be part as an extended member of the council. So the BP2 Council is shared by no less than the Executive Secretary with the NEDA Secretary as Vice Chair. The Secretariat is the National Housing Authority and the General Manager of NHA is designated as the Executive Director, who will be providing technical support to the BP2 Council. Next slide, please. So the following are the roles of the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development as specified in the implementing guidelines of EO 114. The implementation of the programs under BP2 are divided into short to medium, and long-term period. So the short-term, for the short term, this refers to pipeline programs or programs, activities, and projects that already have available funds and appropriations in the agencies and which can be adapted to support the required interventions under the PP2 program and which can already be implemented readily within the year or continued in the succeeding years. So for the DSUD, we will facilitate matching and access of the identified program beneficiaries to available housing projects or house financing programs of our key shelter agencies. For instance, the NHA has designated existing or available housing units in select provinces and LGUs, and they will also be constructing new housing units in the identified BP2 resettlement sites. Pag-ibig can provide access to affordable housing loans as well as its acquired assets or foreclosed housing units should there be available in the specified local government units. And for social housing, we can also provide financing for off-site CMPs for community-initiated relocation or transfer to the provinces. And as earlier discussed, they will also be implementing a farmland CMP concept. Next slide. PPAs for the long term refers to those programs, activities, and projects which will require longer time horizons to implement, but which initial steps can already be started or initiated this year. So this can be started by 2020, but you will see the actual completion of these initiatives beyond 2020 for the longer term. So in terms of facilitating the support and providing support in development of housing projects, this would identify idle government lands that are suitable for housing sites for the BP2 program in coordination with the local government unit, NHA, and other concerned agencies and the target beneficiaries. Second, we will also provide support to housing development projects for employees because we're expecting to put up industrial economic zones in BP2 areas. We will also propose and develop incentives and provide technical assistance to LGU-led housing projects. Now, should there be LGUs that will be initiating projects that are supportive or aligned with the BP2 program. We will also expand existing and develop new programs to promote community-driven housing and relocation projects that are aligned with the BP2 program. And last but not the least, we will ensure that there is planning and program convergence budgeting in the development of new resettlement sites and township projects to ensure that there are adequate basic facilities and services for the project beneficiaries. Third, we will also promote the development of regional centers and sub-regional centers by formulating policies that will provide incentives and subsidies to the developers. Lastly, we will also assist the local government units in the review and updating of their comprehensive land use plans to support the objectives of the BP2 program. Next slide, please. Okay, this will be my last slide. The implementing guidelines also designated the department as co-convener together with the NEDA as lead for the BP2 Strategic Communications Group. Specifically, our task is to establish mechanisms for feedback and consultation on policy issues and program design at the national and regional levels, and to communicate feedback and issues generated to the BP2 Council to facilitate resolution and align messages accordingly. At the regional level, the RDC is also tasked under the implementing guidelines to create a special committee for BP2 that will coordinate all activities of the BP2 program, under the BP2 program in the region. So the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Secretary Ed Rosario, as chair of the CORD, the Cabinet Officer for Regional Development and Security for Region 8, shall chair the BP2 Special Committee for Region 8. So This ends my presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Miles. May we call on our Assistant AGM, Engineer Victor Balba, for the briefing for the Balik Provincia. Engineer Balba, you are recognized.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair. So for our Balik Probinsya, Bagong Pag-asa updates, again, allow us to allow Architect Manikis to provide this information, sir.
Okay. Architect Manikis, you are recognized. Please proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. We will be presenting our the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program, or what we name as BP. It is said in the executive order that the NHA shall be the secretariat. Shall be assisted by a secretariat to be headed by the General Manager of the National Housing Authority as Executive Director, to provide technical and admin support to the Council, and the Secretariat shall be composed of personnel from the NHA and as may be necessary from member agencies of the Council. So next please. The Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program, which is under Executive Order 114 that was signed in May 6, 2020, is a pillar of the policy of balanced regional development. So for the long term, this is really what is envisioned, balanced regional development across our country. And at present, we can say that it is actually a previous program of government. There have been programs led by SWD. There was also a similar program with the National Housing Authority. But previous attempts at doing this perhaps were not too successful because they did not approach it in whole of government. So everybody together. So this time we shall attempt to do so again. And actually triggered during this crisis of COVID-19, the much of have been afflicted with COVID-19 were here at the National Capital Region, and their experiences by government in difficulty in control and handling the situation here. Because the NCR is populous, is densely populated, and there were already ideas of decongesting it primarily here at the National Capital Region. And as earlier mentioned, there are 23 departments and agencies that are members of the council, the BP2 Council, chaired by the Executive Secretary. The Vice Chair is the NEDA Secretary, with the Secretariat as the NHA Executive Director. There are, next please. There are key areas of the BP2. There are 4 key areas. The first one is empowerment of local industries. And this introduced, as mentioned in 0114, a sustainable program for public sector investment and private sector participation, particularly referring to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises to foster continued growth, no? And also coupled with a system of fiscal incentives. There is also that encourage businesses with provincial economic hubs. The second one that is mentioned is food security and agriculture productivity. That would refer to facilitating innovations and technology for agricultural production, such as modern rice farming, and strengthening infrastructure and financial support for the agricultural industries. Now, the third is refers to social welfare, health, and employment. This is refers to the comprehensive assistance packages which shall be designed to encourage voluntary and even immediate movement the respective home provinces of workers and individuals and families. Also, the upgrading of local health facilities and capacities are improved, as well as educational institutions, and including technical and vocational schools, and employment, no? Also, creation of employment through various support.
Ngunit ang mahalaga po yung kasaysayan na pinag-uusapan. Totoo ba ho na malaki ang pagkakapitang?
Excuse me. I will continue.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So we go to the next one. We have our basic framework. No? We have 3 phases. And this one refers to the categorization of immediate, the short term, the immediate or the medium term, and the way forward. This refers to the long term. For the immediate, for families, for individuals who right now would like to go back to the provinces. For the immediate, the right now, at least sooner or later, and the ways forward, the long term, are those that are still have to be planned and also implemented. Next, please. The immediate refers to this year, 2020. What would we do with this year? Ito po yung the individuals and families that are informed. So we have information dissemination regarding voluntary and willing. This refers to the participating government departments and agencies and ongoing programs. So may budgets na din po yan that can be used for siya. And in the places wherein they shall be, they are willing to go to, there are employment, there are assistance for employment, housing, livelihood, monitoring, and also there will already be the registration by the COMELEC for them. Next slide. For the medium term, this would refer to the present planning period, which also coincides with the period of the administration, which is up to year 2022, that is under the Philippine Development Plan. So here we already have still those who would be willing to apply for the program must be informed, voluntary and willing, and required interventions would be with funding appropriation, since it is already set for this period, administrative period, and that the elements that would be added to this, since this is already planned, but would take about 2 more years or probably a bit more years, are the provision of lands, no, and institutionalization of our facilities for education and health, as well as businesses. Next slide. Our ways forward or long term, this now would refer to 10 more years or even up to the years that is set between with our ambition 2040, because this would now be we envision this, and it has to be planned out and carefully implemented, that there is already the decentralization of government. There is already urban renewal in townships that have been developed and created for families. also to coincide with development in rural areas and capacitating. By this time, it is already planned that LGUs will be autonomous by themselves. Next slide. How do we apply? So, ganito po yun eh. We have two types of how one can apply. If I am an interested resident of NCR, I can apply manually. I can go to the barangays and get a form, fill it up, and then I can submit it to our barangays in return in cooperation with the LGUs and the DILG, or I can go to the participating department as well as to includes any. That is the easier one that we think, going online. We have a website, the balikprobinsya.ph, where you can apply online, and on both cases, for the manual and application online, there will be an initial, a brief evaluation by our call center agents at the NHA. And very important would be contact numbers that will be provided to us applicants, no? And after this, the DSWD who shall really make the assessment as they have the capacity and the mandate to do so. Next slide, please. So here, this slide would see there has been a lot of misunderstandings at present, or miscommunications regarding those people that have been stranded. Iba po yung nasa Executive Order 114. The Executive EO 114 caters to those residents, those people and families who have been in Metro Manila for a period of time. Tumira po sila dito, but they would wish really to return to the provinces and create their life there, move there, so that there will be assistance packages for them, whole of government approach, no? Iba-iba pong departamento. While yung what we hear also in the news, the hatid tulong, this one is really a straightforward assistance of transportation. So hatid tulong, hatid stranded OFW, doon po sa DOLE. Pagka hatid stranded students, doon po sa PMS o DOTR din assistance. Stranded tourists, local tourists, doon po sa DOT. So iba-iba po ito, even as they are all under assisted by the DSWD and the IATF, no? For now. So ito po yung what we would wish to also communicate to others, yung differences po. That is why, as of now, the operations of dispatching has been suspended. The program, the BP2 has not been suspended, but the dispatching of those who will be returning to the provinces have been suspended in order to give way to the hatid tulong first. Next slide. Next, please. So may we just show you yun pong balik yung website namin. As you can see, have it. Meron po dito what we call our dashboard, no? Aside from the enrollment that can be done, in the dashboard, you can see that in real time, as of now, there are already online applicants of 89,116. This, there is a lot of information that can be seen here and can be also taken from here. And we can see that those who have been traveling, who would wish to travel alone or travel with family. And we also included, upon the request, nilagay na rin po namin yung data for stranded OFW. But this is just assistance in terms of data. But in terms of the program itself and the assistance, hindi po ito kasama. Further down, please. Here we can see But here, the chosen technical applicants, as we can see here on the left side, there is a lot of interest na food and bar businesses. Mga 14,000 po ito. And there's also a lot of interest for agribusiness na mga 16,400. So this one, magkakaroon po ng matching with the concerned and participating department on what to do. Will there be employment for them, or would there be trainings that would be needed in order to further assist our enrollees and beneficiaries? And here on the right side, we can see doon po sa total na yon, ano yung preferred na province. So 11%, 11.82%, 10,000 would wish to go back to Leyte.
Oh, dami naman sa Leyte.
Ganun po yun. Down the line, makikita natin, meron pa rin pong view all, pero dito po makikita na ang unang-unang marami pong gusto ay ang sa Leyte, Samar, Negros Occidental, Northern Samar, Camarines Sur, and further down. So that the BP2 Council, there have already been plans on what will be the next dispatching that will happen. Our first rollout was some 100, less than 100 have returned to Leyte. So for the next, dito rin po kami titingin, at of course also with the readiness, the families, the individuals are ready, and also the readiness of the LGUs, of the receiving LGUs. And further down, may we see, we would like also to show here, stop, no? Makikita po natin here, what are the preferred, here on the right side, preferred occupation. There are a lot who are undecided. So this one now is can be function of the DOLE and the TESDA to really make them prepared as to what will be their future jobs, no? And even as entrepreneurs. And further down, next slide, pababa pa po, yan. This one is really of interest because we can see on the right, the age groupings, that the majority of those who have been applying, 38.79% are in the groups of 26 to 35. So these are persons, no, who are in their prime productive years, really opportunities back to the provinces. So this is really a rich source of people, of manpower that would really be welcome by the LGUs. And in terms of educational assessment, further below on the right side, 44% are high school graduates, and take note that 20% are college graduates. So marami pa po. Maganda po. We are very hopeful that with the whole of government approach, magtutulungan lahat, mapapasaya po natin at magiging mas maunlad ang mga taong to, pati po ang ating bayan. Maraming salamat po.
Oh, that's an short presentation. Thank you, Architect Manitis. And maraming salamat po sa entire issue panel for enlightening us regarding the implementation of Republic Act 11469 and sa Executive Order 1. Mamarapatin po, meron na po kung ilang katanungan bago po maibigay sa ating mga membro. Una-una, Secretary.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary. Una-una po, kasi dito po sa mga empleyado natin, di ba? We should nagkaroon tayo ng work from home under sa setup ninyo, under sa Section 4 and 5 ng Department Order 05. Paano po natin mamomonitor yung monitoring ng requirements and procedure ng project sa mga site inspections? So kung napapatupad talaga sa construction po ng projects, kung napapatupad yung ating guidelines. Paano po mapupuntahan po ng mga tao natin? Just to make sure implement
Opo, Mr. Chairman. Ang setup po natin ngayon, 50% capacity ang pumapasok, alternating. So we have 50% from Monday to Friday. Now, for the inspection, we have allowed the developers to submit to us a drone picture of their project sites. Lalong-lalo na during the ECQ or may GCQ, limit na talaga ang movements natin. So we allow the drone videos of their project sites, and that will serve in the meantime that we are still on GCQ. Yun po ang ginagawa natin, Mr. Chairman. We encourage them to submit videos of their project sites.
Thank you, Secretary. Kasi physical ko no? Yung appearance sa mga tao, kaya concerned din tayo dito. Anyway, kasi nakikita ko yung pondo natin, di ba? Katulad itong sa probinsya. Yung developers escrow fund po ba natin? Magkano na po ba to?
More or less, I do not have the actual figure, but in our estimate, it's about 2 billion a year. At yan ang nakuha na generate natin escrow amount per year.
So 2 billion. Ngayon, tingin natin, malaki na rin yan, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi pa pwede natin yan magamit yan sa Balik Probinsya program. Di ba? LGU rin naman ang recipient nitong programang to. Di ba?
Yes, ang concept po natin ng paggamit ng escrow is for the socialized housing program. Yes. So, pagka socialized housing, the escrow funds can be availed of.
So, ito bang Balik Probinsya natin, hindi pa ito, yung papagawa po ba natin na mga bahay, ito libre?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The escrow can be used to support the Balik Probinsya program.
At least may additional funds tayo. Thank you, Secretary. At napansin ko sa Balik Probinsya program kasi may mga Balik Probinsya centers. Meron na po ba talaga tayo? Ano to? Anybody can answer. Tingin ko, Secretary, baka alam naman po. May mga centers na ba tayo na set up?
Marisa, please.
Who will answer? Sir Balba? Engineer? Sino ba makakasagot? May mga centers na po ba tayo na? May centers na po ba tayo na Balik Probinsya centers? Although sinasabi natin, di ba, ang suspended is yung hatid. Tama po ba? Na-suspend lang tayo ngayon. Pero, dapat, doon po sa executive order, we have to establish sa Balik Probinsya centers. Di ba? Saan po meron itong mga to? Engineer, tingin ko si Engineer Victor Balba makakasagot.
Sige, sir.
So, I recognize Engineer. Paki-unmute. Paki-unmute si Engineer Balba, please. Thank you.
Right now, sir, right now, coordination's been made with the different agencies. Tuloy-tuloy naman po ang coordination. So, but right now, yung main information naka-lodge po sa NHA being the head secretary, being the secretariat, like the getting of those applications and the processing po. So NHA po, but until the final implementing rules and regulations be approved and be approved by the council, dun po natin malalaman talaga kung ano po yung gagawin po siya.
Kailan po matatapos yung implementing rules na natin?
Sir, tinatapos na nga po and hopefully within, not later than this month po, matatapos na po yun.
Okay, thank you. Kasi kailangan po yan, suspend, because kakaroon, may iginat na paliwanag din po kanina, yung hatid program po sa atin. Sa Balik Probinsya.
Yes, sir. Yun nga po. Yes, sir. Ano po yun? Right now, health in abeyance lang po yung dispatching, but all the other processing like the evaluation whether they are qualified to transfer to to the provinces, yun po ang ginagawa. Kaya hindi naman po huminto talaga.
Okay, salamat po. Anyway, ang isa pong katanungan ko lang din dyan, tungkol po sa mga assistants natin, nagulat ako eh. Totoo lang ho. No, kaya sana nga kung nandito si GM, gusto siya talaga, siya yung nagpa-interview na masyado sa media eh. Diba? May transportation assistance tayo, transitory support, livelihood and employment, agri-based support services, education, as may fiscal incentive and transition assistance to SMEs pa, and other forms if necessary. Paano po ba ang gagawin natin dito? O are we going to do this for individual na mag-a-apply sa atin? Engineer? Balba? Or ma'am, sino po ba makakasagot sa inyo? Sige, your architect Manikis, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, yun pong assistance, what has been mentioned regarding dun sa framework ng mga assistance, meron po dun yung binabanggit natin na long term. No? So yun po, yung pagtutulong-tulong with our development plans through the years, and also yung development ng mga urban areas, townships, at saka pati po yung rural development natin. Sa ngayon po, still the concept of working together, whole of government, kaya doon po sa immediate assistance na binibigay natin, meron po from DSWD. Meron sila for individuals na transportation support, merong livelihood support packages. Meron din po medyo iba din para sa families. O meron po transport support, shelter assistance kung wala po pa doon na bahay, ayun pong shelter assistance na sinasabi natin, at kung grupo naman sila, may community plan. Doon naman po sa iba-ibang ahensya, meron din pong tulong na binibigay like sa TESDA, kung ano po yung appropriate na mga livelihood trainings na akma para doon sa mga aplikante natin, ay willing silang mag-provide nito at pati po sa DOLE. Meron silang binabanggit na kabuhayan program. Sa ngayon po yung binabanggit nila yung tulong sa mga disadvantaged at mga kasama na may community packages of assistance of temporary employment. So, meron po for the immediate. Dahil ito po immediate, as earlier mentioned, ito po yung mga meron ng existing programs yung mga kanya-kanyang ahensya at departamento, at meron na rin pong pondo. At ito po ay gagawin doon po para sa
Okay. Thank you very much, Architect. Kasi sa totoo lang, so ang mangyayari ito, sa isang tao, meron siyang transportation assistance, pwede natin sabihin, livelihood assistance, di ba? And siyempre, pabahay. Di ba? Tapos training pa ng TESDA. So sa isang tao, pwede mag-benepisyo ng at least mga apat na assistant government. Yan terms na pwedeng pera ho yan, di ba? Involve ho natin dyan, pera. Sa nakita ko, hindi ko nga masyadong napakala. Magkano po ba yung bawat assistance na pwede natin bigay sa individual? Yan sa DSWD na ho yan, di ba?
Mr. Chair, yung po sa DSWD, sa ngayon, yung sa individual assistance, ang transportation support will be from 3,000 to 5,000. Depende po sa destination. No? Sa livelihood support naman po, of course, kaya nga po nagkakaroon ng assessment ang DSWD, tawag na employment facilitation support na 5,000 at meron na capital seed fund na 15,000. So ito depende po doon sa assessment ng isang aplikante kung ano po yung mas akma para sa kanya na bibigay na assistance. Ngayon, para po kung family naman, no? Kung family yung magbabalik probinsya, depende rin po ito. So yung pong transportation and relocation package, it will be depende na rin po kung ilan po sila. Some 3,000, mag-uumpisa po tayo sa 3,000 up to probably 35,000. And livelihood and employment assistance, kung ano, capital seed fund na pwede na 15,000 at transitory family support na for food allowance at mga basic needs.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Anyway, ang isang ano po dyan, siyempre pinabalik natin sa probinsya, bigyan natin ng hanap buhay. Diba? Yung pabahay natin doon, paano mangyayari? Yung ba parang socialized housing natin, uutangin din nila, nababayaran din sa atin.
Mr. Chair, sa ngayon po, tinitignan din natin, nakalagay nga po doon, kung titignan natin yung dashboard doon sa balikprobinsya.ph, makikita na isa sa tanong sa kanila ay kung meron silang babalikan na bahay or meron silang babalikan na pamilya at kamag-anak. At makikita natin na ito ay marami-rami rin. So, pagka ganito po yung kaso, then there is less na pagbibigay sa kanila. Pero as NHA po, na nabanggit po ni Secretary Del Rosario, doon po sa mga lugar na meron po kaming available na housing units under po sa dati naming AFP-PNP housing program, ay i-check natin kung yun ay po pwedeng ibibigay para sa kanila. Nevertheless, kung wala po ito, meron po yung binibigay na shelter assistance ng DSWD from 6 months to 1 year for house rental.
Okay. Thank you, Mama. Thank you. Lastly, sana, tatanong sana ako sa ating executive commissioner, Galicia. Pero lang po ako isang katanungan. Kasi merong pinalabas ang PNP ngayon ang civil security group natin, na yung security guard hindi na pwede mag-secure or mag-require, surrender yung ating driver's license sa mga subdivisions. Ito ba na-inform na rin mo ba ninyo ang mga HOA natin dito? Kasi ang ipapatupad nito, HOA Asyan ba? Attorney Galicia.
Okay, answer. Mr. Chair, Attorney Ling Rigor will answer that.
Okay, thank you po. You are recognized, Attorney.
Okay, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Chair. Sir, it is under the guideline, under the HLRP issued guidelines, the kinds of choose fees and other assessments that may be collected by HOAs, requiring the driver the surrender of driver's licenses is prohibited act. So covered talaga yun. It was issued way back in 2013.
Okay.
Yes, 2017, sir. So talagang prohibited po yun. It's already covered. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Kung maaari lang po, tulungan po natin ang PNP na ma-inform din ang mga HOA kasi sila yung nag-i-implement po. Sila nag-uutos yan sa mga security guard. Kaya po, ganun.
Okay, yes.
We'll do that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary. That's it. Nako, maraming salamat po. At bubuksan na po natin ang ating mga questions sa ating mga membro na pangungunahan ng ating pong kaibigan. The Representative Piamani Lopez, you are recognized. Please unmute, Representative.
Ayan po. Magandang hapon po. Nakikita niyo po ako?
Opo.
Opo. Magandang hapon po. Sa ating kalihim na si former General Eduardo De Rosario, ang mga kasama po niya sa Kawani, ang aking pong mga kasamahan, lalong-lalo na ang buti naming chairman, si Congressman Strike, at ang aking pong ibang mga kasamahan. Simple lang po ang tatanungin ko at paiikliin ko lang po. Kahapon po nag-hearing ko kami sa Metro Manila Committee tungkol puro naman sa public transportation. At alam nyo, isa po sa mga pinag-uusapan ay yung mobility. Ating pong tinatawag, how to mobilize and move the people from their workplace. Kami po sa NCR at ang Greater Metro Manila, alam nyo naman po na karamihan ng kalakihan ng GDP bayang Pilipinas ay nagmumula po rito sa sa NCR, kung saan 37% po ay nanggagaling sa NCR. At ito pong ating programa tulad ng Balik Probinsya po ay isang laudable program. Now, hindi ako masyadong magsasalita naman tungkol dyan sa Balik Probinsya dahil we support that. Maganda po yan. Ang akin lang po sanang itatanong na since your agency was created and signed into law last February 14, 2019 under RA 11201, ay isa po ang inyong ehensya sa pinakamalalaking pondo na inalat sa ating pong General Appropriations Act. Ito pong mga araw na darating ay pag-uusapan na naman po ang funding. At yan po ay makikita natin at mapag-uusapan sa Kongreso. Ngayon po, maliwanag po dyan na nakasaad po at sa mando ninyo, sa mandato, na you shall develop and adopt a national strategy to immediately address the provision of adequate and affordable housing to all Filipinos, especially to homeless and underprivileged Filipinos. Maganda po yung inyong pinakita na strategiya. Pinresenta nyo po kanina in your presentation a national strategy that is well thought of, well conceived. Binanggit nyo po rin kanina na in your DO number 5 na there will be 776 projects. Dito po sa buong Pilipinas, siguro alam nyo naman, ang homeless po is 4.5 million Filipinos. At sa Metro Manila po, 13 milyon po ang population, nighttime population po ng Metro Manila. 3 milyon po doon sa 4.5 nandito po sa Metro Manila. So ang sinasabi ko po, ang homeless sa buong Pilipinas, 66% po nandito sa amin sa Kalakang, Maynila. At wag naman po sanang sasama ang loob ng aking mga ibang kasama kung sabihin namin na kung saan papunta ang Metro Manila, doon po pupunta ang bayan. Kapag hindi po natin inayos ang sitwasyon ng NCR at ang karatig purok ng Metro Manila, hindi po tayo uusad. Siguro marami pong naniniwala riyan. Ngayon po, ang katanungan ko, simple lang po, yung mga programa na tulad po ng sinabi ninyo na 776 projects, that is clearly for socialized housing and urban development. Kayo po ba nakapagprepara na ng kumpleto ng inyo pong pondo? At pwede ko bang malaman in a nutshell, dahil ang concentration po doon po sa NCR, sa amin po sa Manila at Quezon City, nandiyan po si Congressman Kit Belmonte ng 6th District. Sa akin po, sa 1st District ng Manila, kami po ang pinakamaraming ISF. Alam niyo po yan, Mr. Secretary. At maski po si Presidente, yan po ang binabanggit. Yung amin po mga lugar, palagi niyang binabanggit. Yung mga maralita po na walang bahay, kuminsan dyan po nagkakagulo at nahihirapan ang ating bayan, ang ating gobyerno. Ngayon po, yung mga current programs niyo po, meron tayong mga nakalaan dyan for socialized housing and urban development, di po ba, Mr. Secretary? Sayang mo, wala si NHA GM eh. Pero baka masagot po ni Ma'am Manikis kung meron.
Secretary?
Maraming salamat po sa inyong katanungan. Actually, yung presentation namin kanina, pinakita lang natin doon yung mga developers na nag-resume na ng construction in their project sites, and they employed about 55,000 workers and to construct more than 300,000 housing units. But with regards to our budget for Metro Manila, ang department per se, wala pong yung aking department. Nakalaan po ito sa mga agencies just like the National Housing Authority sa kanilang resettlement program. So, yung mga programa ng ating gobyerno sa resettlement, nakapaloob yan sa NHA saka sa Social Housing Finance Corporation.
Opo, salamat po Mr. Secretary. Kaya nga po binabanggit ko kanina, dahil po yung programa nating Balik Probinsya, binanggit po ng ating butihing chairman po, na it entails so many components, factors. Aside from the transportation, bibigyan nyo ng pang-livelihood. Bukod po sa livelihood, bibigyan nyo ng pabahay. Napakalaking pondo po na sasakupin nun. In order to decongest the urban, highly urbanized cities, at ating pong kinunsib yung ganyang programa. Okay po yun. Kaya nga po binabanggit po na in the meantime, kasi po, meron po kayong experience na mapagsamantalang mga grupo. Tulad po nung nakaraan na kung saan si Presidente nabuwisit na po. Babanggitin ko na yung grupo ng kadamay po. Marami pong lehitimong talagang naghihirap. Alam nyo naman ho yan. And sana po ang magbenepisyo yung mga ating tunay na kababayan. Ngayon, let us not be diverted and be distracted with the real issue. Ang inyo pong ahensya, Human Settlements and Urban Development, ay talagang magbigay po ng pabahay. Yung pabahay po na ating tinatawag. At kung saan, binanggit ko po, 66% ay nakakonsentrate po rito sa Metro Manila. Ngayon po, ang tanong ko lang nga ho, for urban development, sayang nga ho, baka pwedeng masagot ni Ma'am Marisa Manikis. Opo, ayan po, nagtataas kayo ng kamay. Tayo po magkikita sooner or later in the days to come, kasama po ang ating secretary at si chairman po namin. Pag-uusapan po natin yan. And siguro marami po akong kasamaan. I'm sure si Kit nandyan ho, magsasalita rin ho yan. Dahil Quezon City and Manila, nag-uuna-unahan ho kami sa pinakamataas na pinakamaraming ISF, sad to say. So ma'am, baka pwede nyo kaming enlighten para maipasa ko na sa mga kasama kong iba yung oras ko po.
Mr. Chair at saka Congressman, isasabihin ko lang po by way of information, yun doon sa aming targets na units for 2020, ito pong taon na ito, ang marami po, hindi na ho actually NCR talaga. Marami pa rin po sa National Capital Region, maari po naming ibibigay sa inyo siguro in detail. Pero madami na rin po kami sa Region 4, 5, 6, 7, at saka Region 11. Doon po. Nakaspread na rin po. There are already efforts at yun hong spreading din yung ating mga pagpo-provide ng housing sa ibang region.
Ma'am, paikliin ko na lang mo panalita ko with the permission of the chairman po, Strike. Can you just furnish this committee the list of NCR projects po kung pwede? Dahil to our mind, it's all a matter of economics. Ano po? Wala naman pong gustong pumunta ng Metro Manila upang makipagsapalaran. Dahil sa hanap buhay, kahirapan ng buhay, alam naman po natin yan. O sa probinsya, tapos wala namang economic opportunity rin, baka mapagsamantalahan na naman po ang gobyerno. Yun lang ho ang nais kong sabihin, Mr. Chair. And with the submission of NHA of their programs and yung projects po na yung sinasabing 775 under DO number 5 of May 2020, ay sana po ma-furnish po tayo, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kuya Manny.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman Strike. Thank you very much po. Salamat.
Please take note and provide as requested. Thank you. We will now call on Representative Franz Castro. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you.
Nandiyan ba?
Hi. Please unmute me.
Representative
Unmute
Franz.
po ako.
Nandiyan ka, ma'am?
Unmute po ako kasi hindi ako na ano.
Okay po, ma'am. You have the floor. Sige po.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yung tanong ko lang po ay dalawa. Yung tungkol po doon sa Marawi, update at saka yung tungkol sa Balik Probinsya program po. So yung una po, Mr. Chair, pwede po ba tayong ma-update ni Secretary Del Rosario about yung situation po ng ating mga kapatid na Marawi, na mga Maranao sa Marawi po? Ano na po yung sitwasyon nila kaugnay nung kanilang pagbabalik, hindi pagbabalik probinsya, pagbabalik doon sa kanilang lugar, and I know po meron na rin pong infect din po ng COVID-19. Ano po yung ginawa nating health measures? Nagkaroon po ba ng mass testing? And yung pong mga protocols natin. So, yun muna po, Mr. Chair. Tapos mamaya sa balik probinsya.
Sir Secretary, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Congressman Franz. Actually, with regards to Marawi, wala na tayong mga kapatid na mga Maranao na nakatira sa evacuation center at na-transfer natin sila sa temporary shelter. Now, with regards to COVID situation, medyo naging spike ang Marawi City. Ang provincial governor, in one of the housing sites na meron na tayong mga bahay, ginawang quarantine area, and I think more than 30 positive cases are now in that place. The city is enforcing strict health protocol, but nevertheless, yung mga projects natin in Marawi City, even during the ECQ period, ay tuloy-tuloy ang ginagawa nilang construction in the most affected area and outside the most affected area. But medyo na-tone down because of lack of workers and inadequacy of construction materials dahil nawalan ng movement on delivery of cargos. Now, with the release of the President of about 3.6 billion last month, it was downloaded already to the implementing agencies. And as we speak, they are now mobilizing for the full blast implementation of projects starting July. May lang po na-release yung ating pondo na 3.6 billion at karamihan po dito para sa construction, vertical construction in the most area. But still, we are on the right track. As we said, we will complete the rehabilitation by December of 2021.
Follow up, Mr. Chair, tungkol sa Marawi. So, ang ibig niyo po bang sabihin, wala pa po tayong time frame na makakabalik po yung ating mga kapatid na nasa Marawi, na makabalik po doon sa kanilang mga tunay na bahay? Kasi yun po yung talagang kahilingan nila noon pa po na after 3 years, magta 3 years na ngayong 2020. Kaya ano po ba yung time frame ninyo para makabalik yung ating mga kapatid na nasa Marawi po?
Ganito ba, Mr. Chairman, ang situation kasi sa Marawi, it was completely devastated. At after the hostilities, we started our emergency assistance program for almost a year. And more than a year, we cleared the whole, the most affected area of debris and bombs that would pose danger to the residents. Now, we are not allowing the residents to go back in the most affected area because they are allowed to go back there by phases and by sector. We have allowed already out of the 9 sectors for residents to come back in sectors 1, 2, and 3. And almost 1,000 residents are now repairing or constructing their respective houses. And this construction of their own houses will be in tandem with the government projects of putting up the facilities of electricity, road networks, water facilities, and so forth. Pati paggawa ng kanilang mga market, barangay halls, gagawin natin yon. At while these infra projects being undertaken by national government will be completed until December of 2021, slowly, yung nag-submit na ng kanilang request for building permit and allowed by the local government unit or the building official, office of building official, will be allowed also to come in to repair their respective houses. Actually, ma'am, since last year, marami nang nagbalikan na nagkakandak ng construction of their destroyed houses. Ang problema lang natin dito, yung mga residente, na wala silang kapasidad para magpatayo. But with regards to the entry of those who would like to repair their houses, meron po tayong napaka-importanting ni-require sa kanila, which is a building permit. Para pag pumasok sila, ay magawa nila ng tama at sila talaga ang owner ng lote na saan nakatayo yung dating nilang bahay. Kasi ang ownership ay napakalaking problema sa Marawi City. May nagki-claims in one lot, 2 to 3 claimants. In one building, there are 2 to 3 claimants. So we have to be certain na yung bibigyan natin ng building permit ay siya talaga ang may-ari ng lote at siya ang may-ari ng dating building na nakatayo doon sa most affected area. Those are the challenges that we are confronting. That's why we do have to do it methodically and properly to avoid escalation of problems. If we will allow them to enter, we are talking about 17,000 families at any given time. I think we will be having a chaotic situation in the most affected area without water and without electricity. The whole area will become a massive evacuation center.
So siguro Mr. Chair, in the interest of time about the Marawi updates, so pwede po tayong makahingi kay Secretary noong sinasabi niya po kasi ilan na po yung mga pamilyang magpapatayo na ng bahay, ilan po yung mga ganun po. Ilan po yung pamilyang nananatili pa rin doon sa settlement area or sa resettlement area at saka yung mga sinasabi niyang mga nagkakadoble-doble. Mahalaga po ito Mr. Chair kasi housing talaga yung kailangan ng ating mga kapatid na Marawi at saka syempre yung livelihood nila. Later on siguro sa budget ay maipasok din natin. So yun po. Tapos hindi po malinaw sa akin yung yung naging Mr. Chair, yung condition po nung mga na COVID. No, gumaling na rin po ba yung mga mga na COVID po sa Marawi at tinitreat po ba sila?
They are still in quarantine kasi yung spike po nangyari lang last week, so last 2 weeks. So comment ko naman yung mga nakikitang positive ng local government. With regards to the COVID intervention, the city government and the provincial government are the ones on top of the situation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary.
So, next po, Mr. Chair, yung tungkol sa Balik Probinsya Program, Executive Order 114. So, nakita natin yung yung kumbaga, yung blueprint noong Balik Probinsya. Alam naman natin, ilang beses na ilang gobyerno na rin yung nagkaroon ng ganyang programa na Balik Probinsya. Nagpi-fail din dahil napakahalaga po yung rural development, yung livelihood, yung sinasabi nating kung paano yung ating maging sustainable yung kanilang pagbabalik doon sa sa probinsya o yung sa program natin na Balik Probinsya. So Mr. Chair, ito po ba yung Balik Probinsya ay ito ba under ng DSHUD? Sabi kasi ni Ma'am Manikis kanina, merong whole of the nation approach dito. So yung kumbaga yung budget, ano po ba yung ginagamit na budget dito nung ating ahensya? Galing po ba ito sa DSHUD or anong budget po? Pwede po bang malaman?
Mr. Chairman, ang Balik Probinsya, wala talagang budget na nalaan for the year. Dahil tapos na yung project, ang budget natin, ang gaan natin for 2020, at wala namang nakalaan para for that particular project. But for the specific programs ng mga departments, kanya-kanyang intervention. Just like the SWD, meron silang assistance na pwedeng provide, yung existing budget nila ang ginagamit. Kami naman po sa housing, ang direct na talagang involved dito sa immediate intervention is the National Housing Authority and the Social Housing Finance Corporation. The department will come in the long-term intervention because we are looking at the Balik Probinsya program not merely to decongest Metro Manila, but really to spark economic development in the provinces and in the regions. And this, in the long run, will address our main problem on internal migration, because that is the problem, internal migration. People from the provinces, rural areas come to Metro Manila to look for work. Now, if we have worked and established economic centers in rural areas or provinces, then they will not come to Manila anymore, but work where they live or where they are.
Yun nga po ang sinasabi natin kanina, no? Hindi po magsasaksi dyan hanggat yung pupuntahan po nila doon sa rural areas o doon sa kanilang probinsya ay naihanda na po yung sinasabi nating infrastructure or yung rural development. Tama po yung ginawa niyo, may mga survey, makikita natin yung mga skills ng ating mga magbabalik probinsya. Pero siyempre po ang tinitignan niyan, bakit po nagpupunta sa Manila, may medyo mataas ang sweldo. Ito po ba yung tungkol sa regionalization ng sweldo? Ano po ba yung balak ninyo diyan? Kasi kapag ang sweldo po ay halimbawa, ang sweldo dito ay 537 dito sa Maynila. Pagdating diyan sa Leyte, halimbawa ay 300. Hindi po ba merong problema doon? So wala po kayong ano po ba ang plano tungkol naman doon sa equity naman doon sa wage halimbawa, yung ganun po na mga ano, mayroon po ba kayong plano doon Secretary?
Sa amin po kasi ang interagency po ito, with regards to that, it's the DTI who is directly involved with NEDA. Sa amin po talaga purely housing para makadevelop tayo ng township in economic centers. Pag ang national government and the provincial government or local government can identify sites to spark economic growth and to develop economic centers, that's a time that the housing sector will come in to provide housing units to the workers employed in those economic centers. Yun po ang main concept natin. This is long range para ma-prevent natin ang internal migration.
Tama po kayo Mr. Secretary, siguro bukod sa sino-survey po ninyo yung tungkol sa mga personal at kung ano-ano pa pong mga kailangan ng ating mga magbabalik probinsya, baka survey po natin bakit sila nagpunta ng Maynila. Ano ba yung wala doon o ano ba yung mga gusto na inahanap nila dito sa Maynila na wala din doon. Dapat meron din po kayong ganun yung sa pa po yung marami nakita ko sa survey ninyo yung mga gusto mo ng farming, agricultural farming. So maihanda din po yung paano yung kailangan yung magkaroon sila ng pag-aari ng lupa para ma-farm nila. Tapos isa pa po yung sa sinasabi dito sa survey ninyo na yung mga idle lands ng mga government ay hindi po ba kasama dito sa program ng DAR? So paano po ang magiging difference po nito sa program ng DAR? Kasi meron din pong ginagawang identification ng idle lands ng government para naman po doon sa DAR beneficiaries po.
Mr. Chairman, in 2015, the World Bank came up with a study with regards to internal migration, why almost 50 to 60% migrated of the rural poor migrated to metropolis. And the primary reasons are basically two: rural poverty and agricultural poverty. So they need livelihood. And nowadays, the present generation is not interested anymore in agriculture. And those are the main reasons: poverty, rural poverty, and agricultural poverty. And that's why we have to spark economic growth in the rural areas to attract would-be migrants, internal migrants, not to live in respective areas and develop where they live.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Last comment na lang po. So, sa pagde-develop po natin or para pumatang yung poverty sa ating mga mamamayan at magkaroon ng sustainable food sustainability, we have to develop po yung agriculture natin. So, napatunayan naman natin na yung agriculture natin ang mahalaga para po tayo ay magkaroon ng food stability and sustainability sa ekonomiya. Hindi lang po yung ibang mga industry na tinitingnan natin na mag-i-spar. So unahin po natin sana ma-develop yung agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Castro. We will now move on with we will acknowledge Representative Via Bertara. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, General Secretary Del Rosario. Yung una ko pong katanungan ay related dun kay Congressman Franz Castro. Gusto ko lang po malaman or kahit ma-submit na lang, ano po yung timeline po ng department nyo para po fully relocate lahat no po ng displaced residents ng Marawi. Kasi po, kadalasan yun ang mga tanong sa akin ng mga kaibigan na nandun, ang pakiramdam po nila dahil sa corona, nakakalimutan na sila. So, kung may timeline po para pag nagtanong, at least ang target, kunwari po ng department nyo, by the end of 2021, all displaced residents will be returned home. Something as simple as that lang po, Mr. Secretary. Then my other question po is, earlier in one of the presentations, sabi po na may 3-month moratorium para sa mga amortization payments from March 17 to June 30, tapos may 1 month pang grace period. Ang tanong ko po, paano po kung pag natapos na po yung grace period na ito ay yung taong nagbabayad ay nawala ng trabaho at hindi na kayang bayaran yung amortization na hindi na bayaran at yung kasalukuyang mga dapat bayaran. Are these loans collateralized? Magkakaroon lang ba na kukunin lang yung collateral niya, hindi siya matatanggal sa kanyang tahanan na tinitirhan, or will he be evicted?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kong Rhea, may constituent ako ni Kong Rhea dahil ako nakatira sa Cabanatuan City, kaya butante ko ni Kong Rhea. Mama, actually, with regards to timeline sa Marawi City for the return of the residents, that December 2021 timeline is actually in tandem with the return of the displaced residents. We are now constructing 3,500 permanent housing units for residents of the most affected area without lot or none to speak of, so they cannot return anymore to the most affected area because they were living near the Lake Lanao and the Agus River. In other words, hindi sila authorized na makabalik and they will not be allowed to go back. And in our inventory, it's about 3,500. So these housing units, permanent housing units, will be available before the end of 2021. And some can be occupied in the first quarter of 2021. So, magkasabay po yan, and then yung mga nag-a-apply naman, those who have the capability to construct their houses, they can start as early as now, provided they apply for a building permit from the city government. So habang ginagawa yung mga projects ng national government, ganoon din ang mangyayari, tumatayo din yung mga private houses because we are not providing funds for the construction of their private housing or their building. So with regards to the next question of Ma'am Rhea, may I ask the CEO of Pag-ibig, Ahmad, please?
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Moti, you are recognized. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Regarding the question of what will happen to our housing loan borrowers who will fail to pay due to unemployment, among other things. So usually after 3 months of delinquency, an account will become in default. Sa mga bangko po, for banks, automatic po yun na magsa-start yung foreclosure, but for Pag-ibig Fund, because these are our members, we go through a remediation process, minimum of 3 cycles, and every cycle is 3 months. Sa madaling salita po, kung nawalan ng trabaho ang ating member borrower, hindi po automatic na if after 3 months ay diretsong foreclosure, we will attempt to find ways for our borrowers in default to recover. So meron po tayong first cycle of remediation and second cycle of remediation for a total of 6 months. So kung wala pa rin po siyang way to update the loan, so ibig sabihin po no 9 months in arrears na, as we foreclose, magsi-start na po yung foreclosure, as we foreclose and as we cancel, if it's a contract to sell, meron pa pong additional 3 months na naman, hoping na maka-recover na yung ating member borrower. Only after 1 year of non-payment would foreclosure and the cancellation of contract to sell happen. And I would want to highlight that given that this, these are extraordinary times which call for extraordinary measures, we have in our database the list of our borrowers who are updated up to March of this year or up to February of this year. So kung sakali pong nawala ng trabaho, ang plano po natin ay mag-campaign tayo ng loan restructuring para naman makarecover at makabawi yung ating mga borrowers, because at the end of the day, it's not the business of Pag-ibig Fund to foreclose and have so many acquired assets. Now, pero kung sakali pong more than a year na, at lahat po ng pwedeng ma-extend na tulong sa ating mga borrowers ay naibigay at hindi pa rin po talaga kaya, mapipilitan na po tayo mag-foreclose because at the end of the day also, the fund is owned by the members. So ang kada housing loan borrower natin ay ang hinihiram niya ay pera ng mga kapwa-miyembro. So we will eventually have to recover and offer the acquired asset to other members naman who would want to buy them. But that's on the worst case scenario. Our mindset in Pag-ibig Fund, especially in our board led by Secretary Del Rosario, is to extend as many opportunities for our housing loan borrowers to retain their houses. So unlike bangko po, pag on your 4th month, automatic nagpo-foreclose. Tayo po mga 1 taon bago po matuluyan, sa madaling salita po. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. That's very reassuring that as early as now, you're already looking at your portfolio and tinitignan nyo na yung mga may potential na magkakaroon ng problema, and you're going to try to find ways and means to help them. Because ang dami talagang, I mean, doon lang sa distrito ko, ang daming nawalan ng trabaho. Because like the malls, they're only like 50% capacity. Maraming JOs sa City Hall na hindi na mare-renew yung contract. They took out Pag-ibig loans. Mr. Chair, I have one last question. The bagong Pag-asa, the BP2 program, Balik Probinsya. I think the objectives are right, and this premise of regional, balancing regional development, that's something, as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, has always been the objective of our government. But parang the timing is suspect. If I'm in the province, I know most of the corona cases are here in Metro Manila. And parang I would be worried that all of a sudden, these people coming in from Metro Manila, they'll be given housing, financial assistance, all of this. But there are lots of unemployed din po sa probinsya na they're also kahit isang tuka. Pero dahil hindi sila manggagaling sa Maynila, wala silang financial incentives tulad ng mga taong galing sa Metro Manila na uuwi. Ang aking katanungan is, how do we level the playing field? Para naman yung mga taong nasa probinsya na unemployed din, na hindi nakipagsapalaran at pumunta sa Maynila, matulungan din ng BP2 program para hindi naman ang pakiramdam nila biglang dahil ikaw ay babalik sa probinsya, lahat ng tulong na gagawin ng gobyerno ay para sa'yo. Meron kang gagawan ka ng bahay, ikaw nasa probinsya ka, squatter ka doon, pero walang tulong. Meron bang planong tignan din yon sa BP2 program?
Anybody? Secretary? Or
Architect Marisa or Director Miles can answer that.
Okay, we recognize Architect Manikis.
Yun pong Mr. Chair, yung sinabi ni Congresswoman Ria, tamang-tama po talaga yun, kasi yun ho yung end goal talaga, no, na lahat is equitable balance talaga at kasama dito yung sa bawat region ay leveling the playing field. Dito po, yun ho yung doon sa long term. I-address po natin ito kasi doon sa kanyang long term at even dito sa medium term natin, yun naman po talaga yung ating objective.
So, Mr. Chair, hindi po nasagot yung aking tanong. Paano po yung mga unemployed na hindi galing sa Metro Manila na squatter din sila pero wala naman silang 15,000 o wala naman silang tulong na makukuha sa gobyerno dahil hindi naman sila nagbabalik probinsya pero unemployed din sila, nasa probinsya sila. Does the program address that?
No.
Ang tanong,
No.
parang nasa probinsya naman, anong suporta natin sa kanila? Tingin ko mas maliwanag. Architect Manitis.
Mr. Chair, yung ganong mga issue siguro, that is where the cooperation and coordination between the local government dahil yun po ay mga taga doon na sa probinsyang yon, sa region na yon at kasama na rin kung unemployed yon with the DOLE. Hindi po siya talaga ma-address directly doon sa balik probinsya pero again doon sa mismong mandato ng mga kanya-kanyang government agencies.
So, Mr. Chair, government agencies...
about the regular funding ng mga agencies na yan, like PSWC, right? Such as getting tested for the coronavirus after the event.
Mr. Chair, so the government agencies doesn't mean it's the LGU, it's the like the SWD or DOLE. Tama po? So, and last, how do you monitor po this balik probinsya individuals na they don't take advantage of the government, kukunin lang yung pera, stay in the probinsya for 3 to 4 months, tapos balik na naman sa Metro Manila? Meron kayong, you will be monitoring them? Will they have to register with you? I mean, what's the procedure para naman we don't waste government funds?
May I answer po?
Yeah, go ahead, Architect Manitis.
Ma'am, doon po sa tanong ninyo, kaya nga po we are trying to set up also with the cooperation ng DICT and other yung may IT capabilities, yung monitoring from the time that you enroll up to the time that you are accepted to be magbalik probinsya at pag nandun na din po kayo, imo-monitor kayo, meron kayong ID. This is really very important dahil yun ho yung isa sa naging reason ng failure Wala monitoring. Ang ginawa, ito na, kasama na dun mismo sa immediate pagpaparehistro with the COMELEC. Kung ikaw ay aplikante, pagka na nagpunta ka na doon, you do not have to apply to be registered there dahil yung mismong COMELEC, sila na ang magta-transfer ng iyong pangalan doon sa bago mong place of residence.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary Del Rosario. Thank you, sir.
Congressman Vergara. Thank you, Architect Manitis. Pero tingin ko, tama rin yun question na yun. Kasi sa totoo lang, baka maabuso naman. Pero diba, kasama sa Lina Law, yung mag-register noon pa sa bawat LGU na dapat nag-re-register na yan. Am I right, Architect Manitis? You know about it? Paki-unmute niya si Architect.
I'm not so sure, Mr. Chair. I'm not so sure of that. Pero under po nga dito sa balik probinsya, one way to ensure monitoring, to help monitoring is that once you are a resident already, then you stay there. So kasi para ma-check po ito, part 2 dito ng magiging monitoring. And also, part ito ng pagwe-welcome nung LGU yung kanyang willingness na balik ka na, taga dito ka sa amin.
So,
Pero, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Congressman Vergara.
Yeah. No, I mean, but I don't think the COMELEC would be a good basis to determine na they're really there. Dahil, for instance, meron po akong mga botante sa aking distrito na bumoboto doon pero nagtatrabaho sila sa Maynila. Umuwi lang para bumoto. So just because you vote there doesn't necessarily mean you live there. I think you have to look for another means to talagang ensure, especially itong mga magpa-participate sa BP2 program, na talagang they vote there and they live there and they work there.
Ma'am, what I mentioned is that this will be part, no? It's not the entire thing of the monitoring, itong COMELEC registration, but that is also part of the assessment that will be undertaken. Kung ikaw ay qualified na, pwede ka na talagang magbalik probinsya. And then, yun nga, as I mentioned, dun sa ginagawa na implementing rules and regulation noong EO 114, napakalaking provisions po yung monitoring. COMELEC that I have mentioned, which is already just part of it. Hindi po yun yung make.
So, Mr. Chair, itong mga mag-a-avail sa balik probinsya, they don't have any like criminal records. Wala. I mean, they're mga law-abiding citizens. That's one of the requirements. Hindi naman pa pwede na meron palang blotter sa Quezon City tapos magbabalik probinsya. I mean, these are law-abiding citizens. Is that right, Mr. Chair?
Architect Manikis, tingin ko dapat siya, no? Maganda yung mga tinatawag Congressman Vergara, record din, katulad ng mga data nyo. Tingin ko dapat sa IRR, pwede nyo ma-include yan.
Mr. Chair, kasama na po ito doon sa assessment. Ito ho ang ginagawa, napakalaking trabaho ng DSWD. Very extensive yung kanilang assessment na ginagawa tungkol doon sa pagkatao ng ating mga aplikante. They each have their case studies.
Congressman Vergara?
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, siguro if we could ask for the IRR of the Balik Probinsya program, since it's an executive order, para we can look at it closely. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Congressman Vergara. We will ask for that IRR. Architect Manikis, please, ever matapos yung IRR, provide them. Just make sure, tingin ko, don't forget to coordinate and coordinated LGUs kasi may mga listahan din sila eh. No? Sometimes meron silang katulad yung mga programa nila na sila eh. May mga survey din sila na mga tao sa lugar nila. So, mababangga niyan with your data. So, much better. Para isa na lang record natin. Kasi that's the problem eh. Na-encounter na lahat when it comes to yan, yung problema natin sa mga informal settlers na palipat-lipat. At dapat talaga meron tayong isang record. Tingin ko sa DSUD or wherever na NHA na meron tayong official record na mga wala talagang bahay. Diba? Hindi yung palilipat lang, lilipat sa isang bayan, sa Bacoor, lilipat sa Imus, o lilipat sa Rizal, lilipat sa Leyte. Hindi talaga na-monitor. Sana yung monitoring natin. Tama si Congressman Franz Castro talaga. Marami na nag-fail. So sana itong Balik Probinsya ng bagong pag-asa, maging talagang pag-asa ng sambayan ng Pilipinas. Thank you, Architect. Make sure of that. And then we will move on. We will call on our next representative, Stella Kimbo. Do I recognize, ma'am? Thank you for waiting.
Hi. Salamat, Mr. Chair. May questions lang po ako ng kaunti para kay Mr. Moti.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero bago ang lahat po, good afternoon po sa lahat, especially po kay Secretary Del Rosario po. Anyway po, ayon sa batas, naka-indicate po sa Bayanihan to Heal as One Act na required po kayo magbigay ng 1 month na grace period. Pero base sa presentation ninyo, in addition to the grace period, meron pang 3 months na moratorium. So tama po ba na in effect 4 months ang grace period nyo? Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Chair, what happened was as early as March 17, morning of the first day of ECQ, the Board of Trustees of Pag-ibig Fund approved the declaration of moratorium for 3 months. That's until June 15. That's the coverage of it. And then eventually, latter part of March, the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act was enacted into law. So kaya po nauna yung 3-month moratorium of Pag-ibig Fund, then nag-kick in yung grace period. Yung moratorium po natin, it really freezes all the accounts. So if the accounts are updated and the member avails of it, automatic for the next 3 months, frozen yung account and it will resume after June 15. But the long term...
So in other words po, kasama na dun sa 3 months, yung 1 month.
Yes.
Okay. So, and when you say moratorium, suspended lahat. Suspended
everything.
Interest payment, principal, pati penalties.
Yes, everything.
Okay. So, nagtataka lang po ako na for the moratorium, you have to apply? Tama po ba yun?
Yes.
Kasi nakakita po the 71% ang approval rate. So, ibig sabihin, you need to apply.
Yeah.
So hindi siya automatic.
Yes. Mr. Chair, the reason, in the past, moratorium, declaration of moratorium has always been optional. We only did it once. We made it mandatory during the Typhoon Yolanda. And unfortunately, we have so many multipurpose loan borrowers of Pag-ibig Fund who schedule their cash flows based on a renewal every 6 months of their multipurpose loans. So when we declared it during Typhoon Yolanda, so many of our members complained and got, they got angry with the fund for messing up with their cash flows. Example po, every March, April, they would avail of multipurpose loans. And 6 months after, September, October, they will re-avail again for the second semester enrollment. And we did not want that to happen. What we did then, nung March, we launched an online facility. So for a member to avail of it, a member just needs to, kung housing loan po, a member just needs to key in their housing loan account number. And then there's a one-time PIN, that's it. Wala na pong physical documents to be submitted. Same thing with multipurpose loan and or calamity loan moratorium application. Key in your membership ID number. That's it. It's yung back end na po yung automatic processing. Now, bakit po hindi 100% ang approval rate nung multipurpose loans and calamity loans? Yun po yung pinakamarami, more than 4 million. Kasi po yung ibang members natin, kakahiram lang po ng calamity loan. Halimbawa po yung Taal, volcano eruption. So we have many members who availed in January or February this year. And nung March, they wanted also to avail of another calamity. The calamity loan is 80% of your total savings with the fund. Meron po tayong 3 months grace period for calamity loan, so wala po siyang ma-avail. Kaya po pagka kaka-avail mo pa lang ng loan, disapprove siya kasi hindi siya pwedeng mag-avail ulit. So yun po yung reason nun, tumatakbo pa yung grace period for newly released loans. Now for housing po, usually po yung...
But do you consider yourself compliant?
Okay.
So, having explained that, do you consider yourself complying with the Bayanihan Act?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because that's a separate program. Yung Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, it's mandatory. It covers everybody. So our 4.77 million borrowers are mandatorily covered by the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. And yun po ay may accrual of interest. So we accrued interest also, but to help our members, instead of asking borrowers after the lifting if they want to pay on staggered basis or if they want to pay on the next due date, what we did by default is to assume that every borrower will go for staggered basis in terms of payment. So it's fully compliant with the IRR issued or signed by Secretary of Finance, Secretary Dominguez, for Section 4AA. So ganun po. Everybody's covered by mandatory grace period. And if I can mention it also, Madam Chair, Congresswoman Stella Kimbo, we have a lot of borrowers who also called our contact center complaining why we did not deposit their April and May checks. So we had to explain to them that because of RA 11469, there's a grace period and it covers everyone mandatorily. So kailangan pa po nilang sabihin sa amin if they want us to deposit their PDCs or their checks for those 2 months. Halimbawa po ay March pati April and May. But yeah, on regarding the question as far as the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, we are very compliant with that one. That's a separate program. Yung pong moratorium ay nauna namin kasing in-announce yon before pa naipasa yung 11469, Mr. Chair, Congresswoman.
Ito pong grace period at saka moratorium, hindi naman po yan costless on your part, di ba? Kasi ibig sabihin, when you suspend payments po, ay may cost po yan sa inyo. Na-estimate niyo po ba kung magkano ang cost on your part?
Yes.
Ibig sabihin yung cost of money. Kasi syempre, you forgo collections.
Yes. Mr. Chair, with the permission of Secretary Del Rosario, our chairman, cash flow wise, because the money that we lend out to members, so we did not stop releasing calamity loan proceeds, multipurpose loan proceeds. We even continue to take out accounts, housing loan applications of members. So on cash flow basis, January, February, our average collections per month was at 13 billion a month, 1-3. By March, it went down to 8 billion. So there was a 5 billion drop in collections kasi po kalahati lang naman nung March. By April, 10 billion reduction. We only collected 3 billion in April, and these were voluntary contributions, voluntary payments. Kasi po covered na sila nung grace period. And for employers naman, knowing that they cannot go out of their houses kasi po naka-lockdown, especially Metro Manila or the whole of Luzon. So we extended the deadline for the remittance of membership contributions of short-term loan payments until 2 weeks after the lifting. We didn't know when ECQ, MECQ will be lifted. So nag-approve na po kami noon na after lifting, 2 weeks to remit para po may time for the employers to remit. And we extended that one until end of June kasi may clamor from employers that they be given extension. So cash flow, that's 10 billion a month during those months. Ngayong June, medyo nakita namin mukhang pumikap na yung collections. Now, yung opportunity loss would be at around 6.5% of around 25 billion pesos na yun po talagang cash flow na nawala. Ang mas mabigat actually more than the moratorium, it's the mandatory provision of yung grace period. Kasi even if members want to pay and hindi namin ma-deposit just to be compliant with Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, yun po kasi yun ang nag-cause nung 10 billion drop in our collection. So voluntary lang yung pumasok. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, okay, kaya ako tinatanong kasi yung cost is, ano kaya yung maximum period na kaya nyo matolerate? Kasi marami nagsasabi nga, nabitin pa yung grace period period na provide ng Bayanihan Act. And sa tingin ko, although generous na nga yung 3 months na moratorium, marami pa rin na humihingi ng suspension pa in loan payments. In fact, yung pinasa po ng Kongreso na Arise Bill, ang naka-indicate po dyan at kasama ang Pag-ibig Fund dyan, is a 12-month suspension. Pero hindi naman mandated, kundi encouraged lang. So ang tanong ko is, yan ba ay kaya ninyo, yung 12-month period na yan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may, so we presented to our board the results of our stress testing. Sheer luck lang po that when we did our strategic planning for 2021 for the next 5 years, we had our stress tests updated. We ran it last February, and after the pandemic, after also the ECQ and MECQ, we had it updated. So ang bottom line po namin, kung hindi na left yung ECQ and MECQ, and if we continue to lend at a level of 10 billion a month, the fund will result to borrowing after 6 months. Kumbaga, after na nun, ubos na yung investable funds ng Pag-ibig Fund na 65 billion kung puros palabas, walang pumapasok. Now, that's based on the yung worst case scenario. So 6 months of no collections, but we will continue to lend, especially on calamity loans, to our borrowers for the next 6 months and for housing loans. Now, Mr. Chair, if possible, our request, especially on behalf of Pag-ibig Fund, the whole organization, our request is that Pag-ibig Fund be allowed to continue to do targeted campaigns. Yung moratorium po kasi na fini-freeze, okay lang po yun because we are targeting those who need relief, loan relief from Pag-ibig Fund. Masakit po sa pondo kasi pagka kahit yung may pambayad. I'll give an example po. Husband and wife both working for GOCCs. Patuloy po yung sweldo, yung bonuses nare-release, etc. So no, quote-unquote, no financial impact. Hindi naman po nakakapunta ng malls kasi sarado yung mga malls, so hindi na rin kumakain sa labas. So malaki ang savings. And yet, Mr. Chair, Congresswoman Kimbo, ang problema natin ay sila na-cover bigla ng moratorium even if financially walang impact sa kanila supposedly. So ang request na namin, let Pag-ibig Fund continue to run its targeted campaign to really help those who need financial help from the fund, because we will always take care of the members. And one last point, Mr. Chair, hindi po ito masyadong na-highlight. Yung pong penalty provision ng Pag-ibig Fund, very unlike the penalty provisions of banks. Sa banks, when an account defaults after 3 months of delinquency, the whole loan will become due and demandable. If the loan is 1 million, the whole 1 million will be the basis for 18% per annum penalty provision. For Pag-ibig Fund, when an account defaults, 18% per annum is charged against the missed payments. So if amortization is only 5,000 a month, after 4 months, total unpaid amount is 20,000. The 18% is charged against 20,000 and not the 1 million outstanding balance. Malaki po ngayon po na realize ng mga borrowers ng Pag-ibig Fund when they started to compare the penalty computations or penalties being charged by the banks versus Pag-ibig Fund. Malaki ang difference. So that's why, and we also have an ongoing penalty condonation program, so we can condone all those things by just allowing us to remediate. Because anyway, the goal of Pag-ibig Fund is really not to acquire acquired assets. So that's the last thing that we would want to happen. So lagi pong ini-extend lahat ng pwedeng maitulong. It's just that in the past, especially during the time po of another former congressman na kilala po yata ni Congresswoman Stella, yung dating CEO ng Pag-ibig Fund, si Miro Kimbo po, nung siya yung presidente, nagkaroon ng legislated penalty condonation na ang laki ng impact sa pondo. Kasi po, ultimo interest, kinondone ng nung batas na ipinasa nung naunang na Congress. So konting ingat lang po kasi nakasalalay po sa collection efficiency ng Pag-ibig Fund yung continuous growth nito and the very low rates that we are lending now. We are lending at 3% subsidized rate, parang STFAP po, to those earning 15,000 pesos and below, 3% subsidized rate. And for the rest of us, it's 5.375%, still the lowest in the market. For us to maintain those rates, wag lang po sanang magkaroon ng legislated na penalty condonation, tapos may interest condonation pa, kasi po pera ng mga miyembro yung pinapautang natin. So we've been encouraging our members. We run a campaign this June. In our billing statements, nakalagay doon na please help us keep the rates very low by paying your obligations to the fund. So we have that campaign. Alam naman po namin yung religiously paying na mga borrowers. So sa kanila kami dumidiretso ngayon, Mr. Chair, Congresswoman Stella.
Sige po, Mr. Mote, I will keep in mind all those na sinabi mo. Huling question na lang. Usually kasi kapag may economic downturn tayo, ang unang natatamaan talaga is housing. So kumusta na kaya ang pagbagsak ng presyo ng housing? Kasi worried din ako dahil may impact ito sa ating housing gap. Ibig sabihin, kung bumababa yung presyo ng housing, baka mawalan ng gana ang ating mga developers na magtayo ng mga bagong units. So, na-assess din na ba ang situation?
Yes. Mr. Chair, Congresswoman Stella, so in one of the meetings held by Secretary Del Rosario with the developer association, so SHEDA, OSDAP, and Rhea Creba, so they mentioned that their biggest issue would be cash flows. So that's why Pag-ibig Fund, the Board of Trustees of Pag-ibig Fund, chaired by Secretary Del Rosario, immediately increased our budget. So there was an approval of supplemental budget of 8 billion pesos added on to an existing 2 billion budget of ours to specifically provide credit facility. So bridge financing to support all our developers nationwide. So we are campaigning for that one. And ang ano po noon is, halimbawa po meron silang 100 million worth of accounts. When they deliver to us, they don't have to wait for the takeout, which will happen in 2 weeks' time. They can immediately draw up to 70% and payments will come from the takeout. So parang in-advance lang nila ng konti, carrying cost noon, mura lang naman. So we've approved that 10 billion peso stimulus package of Pag-ibig Fund. It's targeted towards socialized and low-cost housing industry to our developers. So yun ang reason why we've been telling our partner developers, we will always, in short, the takeouts will continue to happen. We just need the industry to continuously give us good accounts or borrowers naman. Yun lang yung hiningi nating kapalit. Tulungan ulit na mga good borrowers ang ibigay sa pondo. We are also happy to report that collection efficiency before the pandemic was at its all-time high of 91% performing loans ratio. If we reverse it, that's 8% plus NPL ratio. If we consider only the loans beyond 5 months in arrears, it's only 4%. So close na sa quality of portfolio ng mga bangko, yung portfolio ng Pag-ibig Fund, Mr. Chair, Congresswoman.
What's the expected collection efficiency after COVID, considering na low-cost housing karamihan ng pabahay ninyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Congresswoman. So given our 3 scenarios, but let's drop po yung best case scenario. So yung worst case scenario, we're looking at the performing loans ratio, which was at 91% last March. We expect it to drop to 80% by end of the year. And then moving forward, it will recover to around 85% moving forward. Maganda pa rin po yung numero. Yung mga meron pong MP2 sa Pag-ibig Fund, we will still be able to declare decent enough dividend rate. But if we are hoping that a vaccine will soon be available, so that the drop won't be too much from 91% down to 80%. So yun po yung most likely scenario that we are looking at. But we will campaign come October. We will campaign for loan restructuring also, like lengthening of the loan term so that the monthly amortization will be a lot lighter so that our borrowers can recover, Mr. Chair. Congresswoman.
Mr. Chair, that was actually my last question. But before I end, gusto ko sanang i-commend si Mr. Moti for being very proactive sa ating efforts po na magpasa po ng isang economic stimulus package. Siya po ang lagi kong hinihingan po ng data pagdating po sa labor market, especially po unemployment statistics. So maraming salamat, Mr. Moti, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sa patola, magaling yung ating ano na yun. Yung pumalit sa dati mong boyfriend. Magaling din pinalitan eh. Kaya,
mas gwapo po yan, Chair.
Palit kasi may hirapan ka. Di ba, Mr. Moti?
Mas gwapo po yun. Mas gwapo po.
Ni Congressman Kimbo dyan eh. Actually,
I will not object dun sa kagwapuan.
Speaking of continuation, pinag-usapan nga namin yung speaker yan eh. Tungkol dyan. We're contemplating on it. Dapat, nagkaroon tayo ng COVID. Kaya medyo naisang tabi yan. Anyway, thank you very much, Congresswoman Kimbo and Mr. Moti. We will call on our next interpreter, Representative Paul Dasa. Paul, are you still there?
Yeah, Chairman.
Have the floor. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Hindi ko na po isa-isahin. Just to continue the line of questioning sa Pag-ibig with the CEO Ahmad Moti, I wanted to ask, Pag-ibig, the President, Congress is working so hard trying to figure out ways to help basically the poor, the near poor, the average person. I know Pag-ibig in the past has given out dividends. Isn't that correct, Mr. Moti?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Congressman Paul, so we declare every year dividends and we credit to the accounts of our members, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, my understanding, almost by definition, members of Pag-ibig are really the working class. I think this is basically the middle class. So, can I ask the Secretary and Pag-ibig if there's any value in some discussion of maybe trying to find ways to augment the dividends to the Pag-ibig members as a way to ameliorate what they're experiencing today?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Yes. Mr. Chair, what we have now are our calamity loan program where members can borrow up to 80% of their savings. The interest there is at 5.95%. It's the lowest in the market. And at the end of the day, Mr. Chair, we would want to highlight that although there's an interest rate, but 90% of our net income every year for the last 3 years, we've declared as dividends and credited back to the members. So kahit na may interest po tayo, 90% po nung kita ng pondo, bumabalik din po sa ating mga miyembro, Mr. Chair. But we will we can study po kasi in the past, Mr. Chair, wala pong yung dividend declaration has always been credited to the accounts of the members kasi para compounding siya. We can probably look at other ways of helping our members, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So traditionally, Pag-ibig gives out 90% dividends, correct?
Yes.
Well, maybe this is as good a year as any to make an extra effort and maybe declare 100% dividend and distribute it.
Yes.
That will that will give a message to the public, to the administration, to everyone that a good functioning GOCC, whose heart is at the right place, gave out 100% dividend. That would be my proposal if I sat in the board.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yeah, not wanting to preempt or put my boss, Secretary Del Rosario, on the spot, but when we presented the results of our stress testing, one of the options there is 100% declaration of dividends, as correctly pointed out by Congressman Paul Daza. That's one of the options, to declare 100%. Everything to be credited to the members kasi pera naman po ng miyembro ang pondo, with due consideration of Basel III standards. Yung capital adequacy ratio po kasi, we also monitor that. But we are pretty compliant with that one, 12.5%. In short, we can declare 100% dividend declaration and still maintain the 12.5% capital adequacy ratio. But I just don't want to put my boss, Secretary Del Rosario, on the spot. Kasi po, we'll have to wait until end of the year para makita po yung net income kasi it's very fluid, like Cebu, Mr. Chair, di ba? Cebu City, Talisay City, bumalik bigla sa ECQ, MECQ, so hindi pa natin alam kung ano ba talaga ang mangyayari in the next few weeks or few months. But if things continue to happen or continue to unfold based on our projections, I don't see why we cannot consider 100% dividend declaration, Mr. Chair. We agree with the suggestion of Congressman Paul Daza that it will send a very strong signal that during these are extraordinary times which require for extraordinary measures. So we agree, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, let CEO Moti won't put Secretary Ed on the spot, but we're friends, so I'm going to put him on the spot. No less than the CEO of Pag-ibig is basically recommending that. And if I recall, the good secretary is the chairman. So between the two of you and the support of this committee, I think we can maybe give out a good news. And maybe the implementation could be, the timing can be left to, to management to do, subject to certain conditions. But I think it will help give a good signal. It will help also let the public know that, at least, this government cares, and this particular corporation that's doing well is reaching out and making that extra effort, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, Congressman Paul, yes, we can discuss this in the board and perhaps that may be favorably considered.
Okay, thank you, Secretary. Mr. Chair, if you don't mind me, can I make a motion supporting supporting a declaration of 100% dividend to all members of Pag-ibig this year in response to the COVID pandemic? Maybe just a resolution supported by the committee, which we can forward to the Secretary and Pag-ibig in support of this idea that both the Secretary and the CEO in principle support.
Yes, Representative Daza.
Maybe there's a second.
Your motion?
Well, I so move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to a resolution of what kind of resolution are we going to take?
Mr. Chair, which is to encourage the Pag-ibig to declare a 100% dividend sometime this year to be distributed to all the members of Pag-ibig, who, as you know, Mr. Chair, are basically the working class and who are also having difficulties in this pandemic situation.
See, there's a motion. Any Second. Any objection? Hearing none. So the motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, just a quick comment.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the board has already declared and we've credited already the 90% dividend payout to the accounts of our members for their savings in 2019. So ang next po na declaration natin would be for 2020 naman, which will probably happen around March of next year. Just want to clarify po na kasi nakapag-declare na po tayo, na-credit na po yung 90%, Mr. Chair.
Are you satisfied, Congressman Daza?
Mr. Chair, maybe I'll leave it up to Pag-ibig, but maybe an additional 10% for the 2019. I think that in itself will send a positive message to everybody. It's just a board resolution.
Additional 10. Can you accommodate it?
Sige po, Mr. Chair, hintayin po namin yung resolution po ng Congress. But we'll study this. We've already incorporated that one moving forward though, starting next year. But we'll definitely look into it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moti.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I ask about Balik Provincia?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask NHA or whoever can answer in Balik Provincia. Just a quick question, a quick answer because of time constraints. Who will be the lead agency for the livelihood component?
Anybody? Secretary?
Architect Marisa, please.
Architect Malitis.
Thank you, Secretary. For livelihood, the agencies, the departments that are under E0114, they maintain their mandates. So pagka diyan po, that will be with DOLE and TESDA. They maintain po yung mandates.
Madam, if you look at the statistics, if you add the Samar Island is composed of 3 provinces. I'm sure if you add up Eastern, Northern, and Samar, it will be more than Leyte. We would be the #1 area that applied for Balik Provincia, which in principle I support. So I wanted a contact person who we can work with to help with the program on the livelihood component. Who would that be?
Now, for now, you can already coordinate with GM, our Executive Director, General Manager Escalada, and with the data that we have doon sa aming dashboard, we will be able to provide you with the information, the summaries, as well as the details for the set areas, provinces. Para you can take a look already on the profile on the persons that are applying for those provinces, sir.
Yes. Okay. Then I wanted to ask the department, Secretary. I've realized that one of the major obstacles, barriers, into really meeting our targets for housing is land acquisition. Even in my area, the good secretary has been in Northern Samar. We have so much land, but it's so hard to acquire. Even the LGUs are having a hard time. My question is, are there any initiatives, any legislation we can pass that maybe can even make it easier for the national or local government units to acquire land for housing? Other than the ARTA, we've talked about that, but I'm talking about the legalities, even though, there's a legal process now where you deposit with the court and all of that. Are there any other steps that we can, discuss that will make land acquisition even easier, so we can really spur housing development?
Mr. Chair, may I ask that Director Miles be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as to that question, the task of the department is to identify, under the BB2 program, is to identify government lands that can be suitable for housing. And these lands, in the process of identifying these lands, we'll definitely be coordinating with the local government, no? Kasi the local government would know which lands are best suited, no, for housing, in accordance also with their CFOPs and the CDPs. Now, if there are issues, legal issues, and ownership issues regarding land ownership, since this BP2 program would require a whole of nation approach, meaning we have other agencies that will be working with us, like DOJ, DNR, DAR, no, we'll try to find solutions, no, and especially that the executive secretary himself is the one chairing the BP2 council. Definitely, we will work out come up with solutions how we can facilitate the resolution of legal and technical issues concerning these lands that we have identified, and consider different approaches on how we can develop these lands, then we can utilize them for housing purposes. Kasi as you have mentioned nga, as our experience, if you recall our experience with Yolanda, the housing, di ba? Parang since our programs are mainly uses land as di ba, as collateral, yun talaga yung nagiging challenge yung, because most of the lands are untitled, no. So one of the things that the department is exploring now is to consider yung usufruct arrangement such that the ownership of the government need not be transferred individually to the beneficiaries, but it will continually be owned by the land, and then the housing units can either be owned by the beneficiaries for a certain period, or also consider public housing for that matter. Thank you.
So who's the agency that your department would task to identify the government lands? DNR? Would that be DNR?
Sir, Mr. Chair, under the law that created the department, we have a mandate. The Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development has a mandate to identify lands, either government lands that can be suitable for housing. But in doing so, as I have mentioned, we will be doing coordination with DNR, with DAR, and also primarily with the local government, who would know the status of these areas, in their locality.
Okay, I will write you regarding this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Daza. We will call now Congresswoman Arlene Rosas. You are recognized. You have the floor. Thank you for waiting.
Drive ka. Marunong ka mag-load sa GCash dun sa...
paki-unmute si Congressman Rosas. Please. Yeah, go ahead.
Chair, magandang hapon po. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. I have a few questions, Mr. Chair, kaugnay dito sa Balik Probinsya program. First of all, I was hoping for an aggregate report actually. Yung makita po sana kung alin yung magkano yung nagastos, no? So far sa mga ahensya, magkano na yung total ng nagagastos for the Balik Probinsya program. So kanina, when I checked the reports, wala naman po dong particular. I understand it will be coming from the agencies na meron tayong appropriation. Meron po bang naka-ready na ganon ang ating DSUD, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Secretary.
Reports of the...
Secretary, can you answer?
I think the record is with the National Housing Authority.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Architect Manikis, you are recognized. Please answer.
Sa ngayon po, the agency as secretariat, wala pa po sa amin yan. But we can, pwede po kami maghingi sa bawat ahensya.
Yes.
At ano po ang nagastos.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kasi I believe this is a report no? Report na po. So, ibig sabihin, meron na tayong mga initial na nagawa. Kasi this is the second part. Kung magkano na yung inabot nung Balik Probinsya Program part nung unang ginawa ito. And tama po ba, May 6, 2020, yung Executive Order number 114 inilabas, Mr. Chair?
Architect Manikis.
Hindi, May 6. Ayun pong yung executive order, inisyo siya, ito signed nung May 6. Yes. Yes po.
Yes, and immediately after, lahat po ba ng mga ahensya under the DSUD ay nagkaroon na ng program dito? Kailan po kayo nagsimula?
Ang nangyari po dito ay this is under yung policy direction, yung pong BP2 Council na pinangungunahan ng Executive Secretary, and then ang Vice Chair is NEDA. So meron po itong mga 20 to 23 na mga member agencies. Ang binabanggit ko para po dun sa immediate, kung ano meron kayong programa at kung ano yung meron kayong existing na budget, dito lang kayo kukuha ng para sa Balik Probinsya.
Okay. So, particular po, Mr. Chair, sa mga ahensya under the DSUD, meron silang mga inilabas na pondo na inappropriate for this. Ano po, yun po yung gusto nating makuha, Mr. Chair. Yung magkano na yung inabot nung bawat ahensya. No? And Mr. Chair, yung kaugnay po dun sa naiintindihan naman natin yung Balik Probinsya Program, gustong niyang maging sustainable program for matagal na panahon. Kaya po merong ang report kanina ay years talaga. Ang tanong ko lang po, kung itong usapin ng testing hindi natin magawa sa buong Pilipinas sa ngayon, at ang condition na meron tayo ay hindi naman buo yung mga local health facilities natin, hindi rin capable yung ibang mga probinsya na tumanggap kung wala naman silang PCR laboratories at wala silang pang-test, yung mga ganyan po. No? Kung yung public healthcare system natin ay nagkakaproblema ng ganito, paano po yun magiging sustainable sa tingin ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno natin? Plus, in fact, meron nga tayong mga HPEP, diba? Yung facilities po, pero kulang naman sa doktor, nurses, yung mga ganyan. So, kabahagi din dapat dito yung pag-hire. Ngayon po, nagbabalik probinsya na agad tayo. Pero this is the very basic na batayan po ng lahat. Yung health concern natin, di ba? Dapat dito malinaw sa atin na dito nakabatay yung lahat ng mga magiging programa natin. Ang tanong ko po, Mr. Chair, parang ang nangyari, ibabalik natin yung mga tao sa probinsya pero wala namang capability or yung testing capacity, yung mga pangangailangan ng ating mga probinsya, Mr. Chair. So, hindi ba mag-create lang ito ng mas lalong problema kapag kaganon na ililipat lang natin sila? Hindi naman natin sila matitest, Mr. Chair. And wala tayong infra facilities for now. Although magsasabi merong housing, pero hindi naman housing yung problema dito, Mr. Chair. Tungkol ito sa testing, no? Tungkol ito sa capability or capacity natin na mag-test for the whole. Yun po yung natin. Kaya ngayon, nag-worry po tayo na ng mga nakaraan, there are reports. And totoo po yun. Kasi kailangan po nating i-validate yun. Kasi ang pagiging problema po natin kapag hindi nagkaroon ng testing sa mga highly vulnerable areas at sa mga nangangailangan ng testing or anong tawag dito na ano po sila na-expose doon sa at napunta sa probinsya, mas delikado po yun at mas mahihirapan po tayo, Mr. Chair. Kaya po tinatanong natin, bago tayo mag-usap ng programa na yan, yung tinatawag nating, para po sa amin, yung termino namin ay mass testing, ang termino po ng iba ay expanded targeted testing, di ba? Yun, meron na po bang capacity at capability tayo para dito?
Yeah. Secretary or Architect Manitis, can you answer that? Who will answer? Secretary, kaya niyo ba?
Marisa, please.
Okay.
Ang masasabi ko lang po is for the Balik Probinsya program, yun pong sa about the mass testing, hindi ko po talaga hindi po sakop ng aming mandato yan. Para po doon sa Balik Probinsya, meron pilot na nagpa-dispatch kami at kaya nga rin yung mismong dispatching ay pinatigil na rin to give way doon sa stranded at among the reasons ay yung aming pag-aalala at dapat pangalagaan yung health protocol na sinasabi. Kaya nga po dito, even as yung implementing rules and regulations na headed by NEDA is already being crafted and in general, in principle, it is already approved. Meron pa pong mga parte doon and particularly doon sa health protocol na inaayos pa po natin kasi isinasaalang-alang natin yung kapakanan ng mismong beneficiaries aplikante at yun din hong pupuntahan ng mga lugar. In fact, ang isa hong nagiging natin, yung criteria sa readiness ay yung meron silang capability. Receiving ng mga regions, meron silang capability para mag-process at ng health protocol. Hindi po kami magpapadala doon sa hindi ready at ang binabanggit nila is kulang sila talaga. So ganun po ang nangyari at mangyayari pa.
Yeah, I am asking that, yes, I am asking that, Mr. Chair, kasi yung beneficiaries nito ay vulnerable sector, no? They have no capacity para magbayad ng 4,000 or magkano na kailangan para sa pagpapatest. At alam niyo po yun kung magkano yung pangangailangan para matest yung ating mga kababayan dahil binibili yung testing kits, tapos yung PCR laboratories, kung gusto talaga natin ng hindi tayo magra-rapid, ang gagawin natin talaga ay yung ating gold standard yung gagamitin natin. May mga ganun po tayong dapat i-comply. Na sa tingin ko po, talagang dapat i-embed dito sa usapin, first, primary na usapin dito sa Balik Probinsya program. Para nang sa ganon, yung sinasabi natin na health protocol, natutupad talaga natin, na-ensure natin, natutupad na nagagawa natin yon, Mr. Chair. Hindi yung basta meron tayong ganitong program, ilipat na lang natin sila or kung meron man hindi natin sila ma-check na ganyan. Ano po? So siguro I will need reports. Ano po? Kasi yung mga areas din po na in-identify kanina, hindi ko pa naiisa-isa kung alin doon yung mga lugar na napuntahan na or na anuhan na ng mga beneficiaries ng first nung una pang programa mula sa NHA. Yun siguro yung listahan ng mga nakapunta na doon or binigyan ng ganong mga beneficiary ng Balik Probinsya program. Anyway, yun Mr. Chair, again, yung vulnerable sectors sa high incidence areas, kailangan po talaga ng testing doon. Hindi po pwede na, na i-compromise natin yun kung meron tayong mga ganitong programa. Mahalaga po siya. Next po sa usapin po ng job generation, yung sinasabi niyo po na hindi naman po pwedeng ilipat din lang natin ulit sila doon na walang malinaw na trabaho. Kasi kaya nga sila pumunta sa Maynila, pag tinanong niyo po yung tao na nakatira sa Maynila, kung bakit sila pumunta sa Maynila, problema po talaga nila ang trabaho. Trabaho talaga ang kanilang pangunahin na sinasabi, and yung sweldo, yung sahod. Kasi as compared sa iba't ibang mga regions, yung NCR talaga ang merong mataas. Ngayon, nagbago yung configuration dahil sa nagkaroon ng enhanced community quarantine, nagkaroon ng GCQ ngayon, etc. Pero kung ganun pa rin po yung magiging itsura ng mga probinsya, ng mga regions, mababa pa rin ang sahod, hindi pa rin makakaagapay yung mga mamamayan natin. Kaya mahirap po na sabihin sa kanila na lumipat na lang kayo or bumalik na lang kayo sa probinsya kung ganun pa rin yung minimum wage, no, na meron tayo sa probinsya. And baka wala pa rin silang trabaho na mapupuntahan doon. I believe kasama dito sa program yung tinatawag na pagtatayo ng mga eco-zones. Kamusta po yung sinasabi ng Balik Probinsya program na pagtatayo ng mga eco-zones na ito, Mr. Chair?
Architect Nikis, please, can you answer that?
Tungkol po dun sa mga eco-zones, makikita natin na doon din mismo sa executive order, nakalagay po ito doon sa medium term at saka sa long term, no? I am not in a position to be in detail economic zones, pero bilang secretariat is doon siya nakalagay sa immediate and immediate. Nag-uusap tungkol dito. Kaya nga ho yung dito sa programa, ang binabanggit natin na for immediate, na gagawin dito sa 2020 lang, ay kung ano yung meron kaming programa sa bawat departamento at ahensya, na meron kaming budget na pwedeng dahil sa nangyaring COVID-19, ay ilagay natin sa Balik Probinsya kung ito ay aakma doon.
Alam niyo po, kung for the long term, yung sinasabi natin ng mga pag-create ng mga eco-zones dun sa mga lugar na sinasabi natin na mag-expand tayo ng ekonomiya, sa tingin ko po ngayon, ang question natin kung gaano natin na bibigyan ng tulong, ng suporta, yung ating mga magsasaka sa kasalukuyan. Kasi actually, kung nag-i-import pa rin tayo ng bigas ngayon at yun pa rin yung shift na policy natin, totoo naman na ano tawag dito, kailangan natin talaga ng food security at food self-sufficiency, lalo na ngayong COVID-19. Maganda po na mapagtanim sila, pero kung wala po silang suporta, at yung itatayo natin mga agro-industrial and for tourism purposes, yan po yung nilagyan ng malalaking pondo eh. Hindi pa yung tulungan talaga yung mga magsasaka, katulad ng bigyan sila ng mga, actually ang kailangan nila cash aid, di ba? Kailangan nila ng libreng buto, libreng tanim, libreng mga ganun po, no? Hindi tapos yung hindi rin sila mahirapan sa kanilang mga land, dahil land killers sila, hindi sila mahirapan doon sa kanilang mga lupa. Ngayon, ang problema po, sa ngayon, wala naman ding mga lupa yung mga magsasaka. Tapos ngayon, nagbabalik probinsya program din tayo. Gusto natin silang pagtanimin doon, pero ang mga programa natin ay pawang mga pautang. Ano po? Yun po yung kaya hindi rin mag-guarantee, no? Hindi rin maigagaranti na magiging maayos yung kalagayan ng ating mga magsasaka doon. Kung ngayon pa nga lang, hirap na sila, magdadagdag sila ulit sa Balik Probinsya Program ng mga kababayan natin na nangangailangan din ng trabaho. Buti sana kung maganda or meron tayong talagang programa, no, na yung agrarian reform talaga na kailangan ng mga magsasaka, maibigay talaga sa kanila yung lupang sinasaka nila. Pero kung ganito po at ecozones, tourism, ganito yung ating sabi nyo nga ay pang long term na sa tingin po natin, this will not serve yung mga maliliit nating mga magsasaka. Magiging I'm sorry to say this, pero socio-economic inequality po yung meron tayo no? So magiging low-wage workers din lang sila, mag-export pa rin tayo ng goods, BPOs pa rin ang natin. Imbis na ang stimulus natin for the COVID-19 ay yung tulungan yung mga magsasaka natin para magkaroon tayo ng food self-sufficiency and security. Yun po yung yung gusto sana nating mangyari. And of course, alam naman natin yung mga agro-industrial zones, hindi naman necessary na food production yung ginagawa nila. Yung iba pa nga, biofuels yan, yung iba, coal-fired power plant, etc. So hindi talaga yon. Or di kaya, kapag tourism po yan, resort yan, hotel, casino. Yun yung Ang sinasabi po natin ngayon, extraordinary times, may Balik Probinsya program ka, para saan yung Balik Probinsya program mo? Makakatulong ba talaga yan sa mga basic sectors natin, like yung mga magsasaka at mangingisda? Yun po yung kinakailangan sa programa na ito. Paano tulungan yung vulnerable sector? Hindi yung ilipat lang sila ng lugar, parang ganyan. Pero vulnerable pa rin sila doon. Ganun po yung So, yun po. And my next question po ay tungkol doon sa ito po. Yung Balik Probinsya Program, tungkol po ito sa Secretariat ng Balik Probinsya Council. Mr. Chair, meron ba tayong data on the Balik Probinsya Council? Alam niyo po ba ito, Mr. Chair?
Wala pa as of now. Just keep order.
Siguro I'll go through lang doon sa worry namin. Yung Balik Probinsya Program aims to attract more foreign businesses to invest in the country, particularly in less developed regions, as international companies are planning to shift supply chains to cheaper job markets while the dreaded coronavirus is on a global warpath. This might be an opportune expansion on the legalization of direct Chinese foreign investments, competitive policy maneuvers, and of course, yung private-public instrumentalities. Yung Secretariat of Public Provincial Council is also the same agency that allowed Chinese businessmen to take part in ISF housing projects. Kaya tinatanong po natin yung role nitong Balik Probinsya Council dito sa ISF housing project. Familiar po ba kayo dito? Anybody siguro sa DSUD baka pwedeng sumagot.
Mr. Secretary, can you answer the query of Congresswoman Boyd Rojas?
Mr. Chairman, what projects kaya yung Chinese conductor?
Well, it's just mentioned, Mr. Secretary, it is just mentioned here na merong housing project, no, ISF housing project na Chinese businessman ang nag-take part. Do you allow this? Meron pong example, much like the Bonifacio East project.
I think it's the
green light po ba kayo dito?
I think it's the project between BCDA and NHA, Mr. Chairman.
So if we call on, I think Engineer Palma, can he answer it? Engineer Balba, are you there?
Your architect Marisa, do you know that project?
Oh,
oh,
there. Engineer Balba,
yes,
can
sir.
you answer the Borosas?
Yes, sir. The BEP project, that is the project in Taguig, is a joint venture project between a Chinese company and BCDA. NHA became part of that property, considering that portion of the property to be developed is NHA property pursuant to a presidential proclamation. But during the negotiation, it is between the BCDA and that company. So that is parang it's Shanghai, Nanjiang, Shanghai. That's it.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask kung meron contract ito, pwede po bang makahingi ng kopya or ano yung agreement na pinasok natin dito, Mr. Chair?
AGM Balba, do you have a copy?
We'll do so, sir. We'll request BCDA to provide us with a copy, and Congress will be provided such document. Yes, sir.
Thank you, AGM.
So, anong clearinghouse to?
AGM, please
anyway, sige po, hihingin ko na lang yung copies nung no? Kasi ang worry po natin dito, Mr. Chair, yung Chinese businessmen taking part in the ISF housing project. Ano po? So may mga ganon tayong tanong. Ano po? At gusto sana nating mapag-aralan kung ano ang ginawa ng ahensya dito. And next, Mr. Chair, alam niyo po sa mga LGUs, 'di ba? Sabi natin for 6 months, no? Etong Balik Probinsya program. Ngayon, yung mga LGUs, they are willing to rehash projects on agriculture that will be operationalized through loans ng ASEP po, yung Agricultural Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Pero kaya ba ito i-absorb ng LGUs gayong kahit yung mga Pilipino sa rural areas, no? Hirap din naman maka-avail dito sa programang ito. Na alam niyo po yung nangyari doon sa ASEP, hindi naman na-avail ng ibang mga magsasaka. So paano naman ito? Actually, dapat hindi siguro dito ang tanong sa DA. Anyway, baka meron lang idea ang mga ahensya po natin sa housing kaugnay dito.
Ikaw si Architect Manikis, can you answer that?
Ang isa po kasing merong advisory yung BP2 Execom, yung council, na as a matter of policy, the receiving LGUs shall officially notify yung council through the executive director kung they are willing to accept returning individuals and families. So, ito wala hong persahan nito, pero at the same time, yun hanggang sa kanila ay kailangang ready rin sila at saka willing din sila. So ito po yung isang criteria namin para sa mga susunod namin na mga rollouts.
Yun siguro, Mr. Chair, dapat malaman din ng mga LGUs na kasi sila mismo apektado Baka hindi nila alam na yung hindi naman nila na-avail ng ilang mga beneficiaries yung ASEP na sinasabi. So yung kung kung ano yung mga kailangan pa nila para dito sa programa na ito. And lastly, Mr. Chair, sa tingin po namin hindi talaga balanced na regional development ang mangyayari kung hindi talaga mapapatupad o may implement ng gobyerno yung genuine land reform. Kailangan po natin talaga ng reformang agraryo para sa mga magsasaka natin. Tapos yung tinatawag naming national minimum wage, mas lalo po ngayon yung kalampag ng mga tao at mga manggagawa dyan. Kasi kung meron tayong mga umuuwing OFWs na walang trabaho, naaabutan, tapos meron tayong mga manggagawa na job losses ng mga manggagawa sa ngayon, napakarami pong mga nagsara, no? Lalong-lalo na yung mga maliliit, yung mga MSMEs natin na kailangan ng tulong. Marami pong mga manggagawa talaga ang mga ngailangan ng trabaho. At ang panawagan talaga ay syempre magkaroon ng national minimum wage para makaagapay sila. And of course, sabi namin, syempre ang stand naman namin sa usapin ng food production, syempre i-repeal natin yung rice liberalization law kasi alam naman natin kung anong naging epekto nito at magiging epekto nito. Ang gusto po sana natin nabibili natin yung mga produkto o yung pinoproduce ng mga magsasaka natin dito sa Pilipinas. Yun po yung kailangan the more protectionist we are, lalo na sa panahon ng COVID-19, the more po na matutulungan natin yung ating bayan. Yun po yung sinasabi namin. And of course, finally, syempre sabi nga natin, conduct mass testing. Yun po yung kailangan talaga. Kailangan po talaga yung health, yung health protocols, conditions, yung lahat ng mga kailangan po natin. Hindi magiging sustainable ito kung hindi po natin unang-unang maaasikaso yung kalusugan ng ating mga kababayan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Yan po.
Thank you, Congressman Rojas. Ayan. Ako, kaisa mo rin sa yung binanggit kanina, lalo na yung mass testing talagang dapat din talaga, matest talaga yung mga tao. Dahil sa totoo lang, lahat tayo ay natatakot, di ba? Sa mga katabi natin, hindi natin alam kung siya na ring may sakit, di ba? Asymptomatic, lalo na ngayon sa Amerika, meron na silang nakikita na may mga taong asymptomatic. Kaya ngayon, yung second wave, tumaas na sa Amerika dahil sa nangyaring mga protesta. Kaya ngayon, sa pagbubukas natin, although nasa GCQ pa rin, unti-unting, syempre, kailangan na rin ng ekonomiya at talagang magkaroon ng hanap buhay ng ating mga kababayan. Pero still, syempre, dapat yung health pa rin dapat. Kaya naman tayo nagtyaga ng 3 buwan na tayo ngayong iba, nakatuwad natin, nakakulong pa rin ngayon. Dahil dyan. Kaya ako'y naniniwala na kinakailangan din po natin. Kung dadalhin natin sa probinsya yan, dapat matest din sila para sigurado naman yung pupuntahan doon, maayos din sila. Diba? Hindi lang dadala sila ng problema rito. Kaya maraming salamat. With that,
siguro last na lang, Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang sabihin, last na lang, Mr. Chair, kung papakinggan po natin yung mga hinaing ng kadamay, no, at saka ng iba pang mga organizations na sinasabi kanina ng ating butihing representative from Manila. Alam ko po yung hinaharap niya kasi Tondo area siya so may mga talaga namang hirap na hirap makipag-dialogue ang mga tao sa kanya, lalong-lalo na sa usapin ng pagtulong. In fact, inilapit ko nga sa representative ng Manila last time yung usapin ng ruta ng mga nangangailangan ng tulong sa jeepney drivers na nangangailangan ng tulong sa ruta ng Velasquez at saka Divisoria. Hanggang ngayon po hindi nakakatanggap ng ayuda yung mga drivers na ito. Kaya hirap na hirap po sila kasi syempre walang pangkain yung mga tao. Ganun din po, inilapit ko din yung kadamay sa Bulacan. At buti na lang ang nagresponde po sa kanila ay si Congressman Mayor Villanueva na nung hindi pa po siya nung hindi pa po siya na no. At napakabait po niya kasi nakipag-ugnayan pa silang mag-asawa at tumulong talaga doon. Kapag papakinggan mo po ang mga organizations na ito, ang mga sinasabi nila na grupo na ito at hindi nila i-red tag, pakinggan nila kung ano ang gustong mangyari, malalaman po natin kung ano talaga ang nais ng mga vulnerable sectors natin. Kasi sila din naman ay gustong tulungan ang mga sarili nila sa kalagayan na ganyan. Wala namang gusto na nahihirapan. In fact, noong mga time na yon na humihingi sila ng tulong para kahit panggatas lang ng mga anak nila doon sa Kadamay, Bulacan, ang unang-una pong responde ay si Sherwin Tugna na nagdala ng sako-sakong bigas doon sa hindi pa po yung LGU. Kaya kailangan po talaga, lalo na ngayon, actually, ang kahilingan po ng mga tao ngayon, hindi pa balik probinsya. Kaya nila yan tatanggapin because of the money involved. Hindi po dahil doon sa ibang mga reasons. Ang reasons po talaga, ang pangangailangan ng ayuda ng mga mamamayan natin ngayon kasi walang trabaho at walang makain ng mga pamilya. Yun po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Representative Rosas. Talaga naman po, totoo lang. Isa mo rin kami dyan. Nakikita natin yung paghihirap ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na galing din tayo ngayon. Naramdaman natin yung hirap. Lalo sa Bacoor, kami may pinakamataas na ngayon, mga COVID cases, Bacoor, tapos napakarami informal settlers. Sa buong Cavite, kami po may pinakamaraming informal settlers. And then, nandyan na rin yung mga OFWs natin. At marami din dyan, tatrabaho sa Metro Manila. Kaya nga yan ang mga challenges na harapin natin. And kaya naman tayo nandito para maging boses, at lalo na sa ating mga department, katulad ng DSUD at saka mga ahensyang nandito, para mapakinggan tayong mga representante ng taong bayan. At siyempre, makatulong din tayo. Nandito naman tayo para tumulong. Di ba? Pinupunan natin sila minsan, di ba? At yung mga suggestions ng ating mga kasama, sana ma-take note ng lahat ng mga ahensya ito. At isa naman tayo dito, isa tayo sa gobyerno na gusto magtulungan at tumulong, lalo na sa ating mga kabayan. Kaya for that, is there any other members who wish to take part?
Bigyan po namin kayo ng comment.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Who's that? Please.
Yeah, John Tiangco.
Go ahead, Congressman Tiangco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon to everyone and to all our guests, lalo na kay Secretary. Question ka lang kanina sa pag-ibig.
Mr. Moti.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ayan. Yeah, sir. Sir, nabanggit nyo kanina 3 months yung grace period.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, yung grace period, depende sa length ng ECQ, MECQ sa mga lugar, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Pero hindi naman ito parang yung sa bangko kasi marami nagre-reklamo yung sa bangko. Nag-grace period sila ng 1 or 2 months. And then after nung time na magbabayaran na, siningil rin nila yung 2 months na diretso. Ito ba ganun rin? Or so kung nag-grace period kayo ng 3 months, nung 3rd month na magbabayad na siya, 3 buwan ba yung babayaran niya or in-extend natin yung term niya? Kasi parang lalong mahirapan yung tao. Ang dami kasi nagre-reklamo doon. Akala nila may extend yung kung nga rin, yung term ng loan nila is 1 year. Kung na-extend ng 1 month, magiging 13 months yung total.
Long term.
Oo. So, ganito rin ba yun?
Yes. Mr. Chair, Mr. Congressman, so kanina I explained that we have, meron tayong 2 programa. Yung binabanggit po ninyo, yun yung 3-month moratorium natin. Tumakbo po yun hanggang June 15. So yun po yung nadadagdagan ng 3 months, yung loan term. Pero yung pong yung mga bangko, yung ginawa nila, That's pursuant to the IRR na issue po. Pero ang Pag-ibig Fund, ang ginawa po natin, ang default natin, hindi na tinanong ang mga borrowers natin, yung accrued interest ay ang assumption natin ay pinili ng borrowers na staggered basis ang pagbayad. Kaya tanggal na po yun, hindi siya due and demandable on the next due date. Yung po kasing pagkakasulat po kasi doon ay option option ng borrowers. May option sila to pay on a staggered basis until the end of the loan term. Tayo, inassume na natin na pinili niya yung option na staggered basis. Pag nagbayad siya ng buo, saka lang i-apply siya. Kumbaga, inassume na natin kagad para wag na mahirapan yung mga borrowers natin.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Kumbaga na-extend yung term niya.
Kasi po yung may principal portion doon sa ang grace period po kasi pagka halimbawa may declaration tapos tumakbo ng 2.5 months yung grace period, na-hold lang siya tapos walang penalties, walang interest on interest, pero in its truest sense po, kaya yun yung ginagawa ng mga bangko after ng lifting nung ECQ, MECQ, kaya nila sinabi na due and demandable na lahat. Sa case natin, imbis na gawin na ganun, ang sabi natin, hindi due and demandable. Pwede nyo, ang assumption ay staggered basis kayo magbabayad, pero pag nagbayad kayo ng buo, nagpapasalamat naman po tayo sa borrowers. May pinagkaiba lang po yung sa principal portion, hindi po humahaba yung loan term under the grace period, Mr. Chair.
So parang hinati nyo lang.
In a way, Mr. Chair, parang hinati. Pero we would want to highlight na yung programa natin ng moratorium, yun yung talagang fin-freeze niya yung loans natin. Tumakbo po yun for 3 months. Kakatapos lang po niya nung Monday, Mr. Chair. Yun po, wala pong accrual lahat.
Yeah. So kung magbabayad siya ulit, isang buwan lang mabayaran niya.
That's right, Mr. Chair. That's right.
Okay. Mabuti naman kasi yung sa bangko, nagulat yung iba eh. Parang dinelay lang yung pagpapahirap sa kanila eh. Tapos doble rin yung babayaran nila.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. And then Mr. Chair, additional question lang. Yung dun sa Balik Probinsya, kasi magandang programa yung Balik Probinsya dahil sinabi kanina na kung may bahay sila, okay. Kung walang bahay, at walang programa ng NHA doon, pwede silang bigyan ng pambayad ng rent. Tama po ba yun?
Architect Manikis, you're recognized. Please answer.
Mr. Chair, tama po yun. Merong pinoprovide for families na kung rental na shelter assistance ang tawag.
Okay. So, marami kasing nag-a-apply ngayon ng Balik Probinsya. So, pwede mo malaman magkano yung budget ng agency for how many families kaya? Kasi I'm sure problema natin ngayon lahat budget. So, ilang pamilya kaya hanggang matapos yung programa? Kasi hindi naman unlimited yan eh. So, may limit rin siyempre yung ilang pamilya, ilang thousands of families ang pwede nating malipat at hanggang kailan ba yan?
Yun pong sir, yun pong sinasabi nga na immediate para sa year 2020. Ang plano po dito is nagbibigay ho kami kasi ng mga yung mga listahan at saka yung kanilang mga data sa DSWD para i-assess talagang full complete assessment nila nito. And what we are doing for the na immediate ay yung nagpapadala nga dispatching. Nagawa namin 100 families. Sa ngayon
100 families per city or
hindi, depende po doon sa willingness nga ho. Kaya nga ho yung in terms of funding kung magkano yan, nasa mga departamento po, doon po sa tanong nyo, wala po akong masasagot sa ngayon. na kung magkano siya talaga. Kasi that would also depend on the different departments on the present budget that they have for the program.
Okay. Kaya ako natanong kasi I'm sure hindi lang sa city namin may ganyan na gustong umuwi ng probinsya. So paano pag pre-notice kasi natin, siyempre maraming papeles yun. Tapos yung pala sabihin, ay, wala na palang pondo. So kaya ako natanong, para hindi rin mahirapan yung mga tao kung sigurado ba tayo na pag nag-apply sila, may chance sila makakuha dun sa mga benefits na gano'n. And lastly, yung huling tanong na lang, di ba 3 to 6 months yung assistance for their rent? Oo. Di natin alam kung kailan maayos tong COVID na to. Sabihin natin after 2 years or 3 years, paano kung okay na ulit, may trabaho na ulit siya dito? O paano natin masisigurado na talagang doon na siya?
Doon po sa bagay na yon, meron ho talagang risk, no, na pagbabalik. Pero kaya nga ho ngayon, wala ho itong pilitan. Yung element ng voluntary willingness nila na talagang sila po, in fact, meron nga ho yung natigil yung dispatching. Sila po yung nagagalit kung bakit tinigil. Ang ini-explain lang din po namin sa kanila, yung next 100 na yon is kailangan munang mag-giveaway doon sa mga LSI, yung mga stranded po. So, we would assume na doon po sa mga applicants na nakalagay na yon, those will not be served all for the
Actually, tama ka. Hindi naman natin mapipilit yun later on. Kaya lang, kung nabigyan na sila ng, dapat may record kayo. Kunwari, ang ayaw lang natin mangyari, kunwari, nag-avail siya ng housing dahil nagbalik probinsya siya. Tapos mamaya pumunta siya dito. Tapos, mamaya mag-avail na naman ng housing. Kawawa naman yung gobyerno. So, dapat malinaw yung dun sa mga records natin.
Yes, sir. Your point very well taken.
Yeah. Kasi yung pagbalik nga talaga, kung bibili naman siya ng bahay o magre-rent siya ng sarili niya, okay lang naman yun. Di ba? Ang ayaw lang natin, kunwari, ginastusan ng government, binigyan ng pabahay doon sa, dahil may programa kayo doon sa balik probinsya na bibigyan ng pabahay, di ba? Tapos baka mamaya, bumalik na naman dito, tapos hihingi na naman ng pabahay na naman. Baka mamaya na benta or kung anong nangyari doon. Kasi nangyayari yun. Natin.
Sir, dyan naman po, even wala pa po yung balik probinsya, meron naman meron ho sa NHA, meron kaming tinatawag naming alpha listing. Na ito ay kinoconnect din namin doon sa malaki na ginagawa rin ng department, no, ng DSUD. Na once you have been provided by government na assistance ng housing, ay nakalagay na ho yung pangalan ninyo so that i-check do ito para hindi magdoble.
Okay. Sige. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Tapos ka na?
Yeah. Salamat.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any more members who wish to interpolate? Hearing none. So, are there more other matters that the member would like to take up in this committee? Hearing none. Tingin ko napagod na lahat. Is there any motion?
Mr. Chair, a motion to adjourn.
Yes.
I move to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
Oh, there's a motion to adjourn. Before that, I would like to thank our DSUD family, headed by our Secretary Rosario, for attending. Maraming salamat. At sa ating po mga membro ng committee ito, maraming salamat po. Mag-ingat po tayong lahat, ha? At patuloy po tayo mag-ingat. Hanggang wala pong yung vaccine, tago na muna po tayo. Okay? We'll strike COVID out. Okay? So there's a motion to adjourn. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Maraming salamat po yung lahat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat. Yung resolution, ha?
Thank you po. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Ahmad, Secretary.
Thank you po sa lahat. Maraming salamat po sa lahat.
Thank you sa inyong lahat.
Salamat, Chairman.
Mr. Moti, Mr. Kabling, Attorney.
Thank you.
Mr. Karandang, thank you. Maraming salamat po sa lahat. Nagtyaga rin kayo na ilang oras din tayo nagsama-sama rin. The Secretariat, Comsec, thank you. Ingat kayo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.